real smart, though. So.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Here I have an empty bag and an ordinary scarf. Put the scarf in the bag. With a wave of my hands, the scarf is gone. Now I'm going to teach you how to do this trick.
Okay, good luck.
The main purpose of the micro-internship was to show us that many businesses or startup companies use technology in everyday work and probably would not be able to function without it. Computers, smartphones, and other products are part of everyday working and teaching. Learning in school is no longer sitting, reading a textbook in a classroom. Technology such as smartboards help the students to interact and learn in a more fun and interesting way. When we went to the Techstars micro-internship, we saw magic being made from ordinary people with big ideas using all forms of technology to accomplish their goals as an entrepreneur.
I think so. Yeah. We'll see.
The entrepreneurs helped us learn how they create their magic, just like I showed Jeff how to create some magic. Take it away, Jeff.
All right. The bag is empty, right? And I'm going to take this handkerchief and I'm going to put it in the bag and wave my hand over it. And the bag is empty.
Thank you, Jeff. We'd like to close out our presentation with a song that summarizes the day we spent with the Techstars. Oh, it's magic, you know. Never believe it's not so. Magic, you know. Never believe it's not so. Giddy, you were so giddy. Open.
Great job. I'm going to give him a round of applause, too. Excellent work. All right, so I know we said we would open it to questions, and we will, but I know also that there are a lot of brilliant, innovative people in this room right now, so we'd like to kind of trade questions with you so the micro-interns can learn something from you, as well as you guys learning something from them. So I'd like to throw a question out to you guys first. Do you have a question for the crowd?
I'm really into fashion, and I was wondering, how do I get my designs to be seen by other people? No.
Etsy has about 1 million plus people on it. It's a huge conglomeration of websites. It's like a big website for people that sell things they make. Okay. So Etsy.com, ETSY. And after you get set up there, it's very easy to do that, actually. You can tweet individual links to each of your creations to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, yada, yada, yada.
Thank you.
Joanne knows she uses Etsy, right? And they're based in Brooklyn. All right. Any others? Quickly?
Yeah, before you jump into the Etsy pool, question. I mean, I'm a recruiter, so I'm going to take it from that point of view. What design of what? Handbag? Boom. What?
Clothing.
What type of clothing?
Dresses.
The reason I ask is one of the beauties of Twitter, for example, is you can search on a multitude of hashtags, and you can identify who's calling right now. So, for example, let's say it was a blouse for the heck of it. You could do a Twitter search for blouse. You could identify lists, people, associations. And then what you could do is you would register as you might be budding designer. Could be your Twandle, Twitter handle for those. And then you could send to those lists, I'm a budding designer. Would anyone there like to assist me in going from concept to market?
Okay.
Yeah, much more targeted. Etsy, by the way, is an absolutely fantastic site.
Okay.
But sometimes it helps to go micro before you go macro.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have a question, Molly? Molly, right?
For them, maybe you want to trade back and forth.
All right. Do you guys have a question for these guys? You don't get the mic.
I don't get to hold them. As a daddy of a girl probably about your age and boys younger, what do you think? Me looking at you, I can see several benefits of having George as a teacher in this program. But what do you think is the main benefit you've gotten from the micro interns program?
I think probably just learning all the things that you can do with technology that we didn't know before. Like Mr. Haynes taught us all the things you can do with Twitter and stuff to reach other people and talk about your experiences with them. So I think that's really what I learned the most.
Anybody else got a question?
As a parent, my daughters were actually grown, and we kind of surpassed the Twitter and all that because that's just coming on now. What would you tell your parents and us who are parents how to help you learn to filter and restrict and use appropriately these items rather than have an avalanche of information technology and everything, because you're going to have so much available to you that you need to find a way to find out what works for you. How can we help you do that?
Yes, the question.
Hang on, let me hop in on this one. I think one of the things, sometimes it's hard to put into words, but one of the things that I try to do, and I'm not always successful at it, but is to model the appropriate use. So when we use social media in our class, it's almost never for something trivial. I always try to have some kind of meaning attached to it, some kind of purpose attached to it. I think that's the biggest message, that there's nothing wrong with saying what you had for breakfast on Twitter once in a while. I mean, it doesn't hurt anybody, but unless you're actively trying to accomplish something and do something, it's kind of a waste of your time to just every day talk about, I'm at the park right now, it's so sunny. It's very nice, but if you're not going to connect with different people globally, locally, and work towards something, it's kind of a waste of time, and that's what I try and do with them.
One question I have. How old are you?
14.
14?
14.
14. Do you guys have Facebook pages? And do your parents see your use of the Facebook pages? Mm-hmm. And what do you think about that? Do you think that's good?
Yeah, I think it's necessary for some of the things that are
So
out
you
there.
buy into that too, right? Yes. And do you have a family Twitter stream or Twitter for your family? Do you use Twitter?
A few times. We have a class page that we
Okay. And you think that's a great strategy for sort of getting into it? You see the difference between Facebook and Twitter? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's great. I think that's helpful. Does that help?
Yes.
All right. We're in a time, they say Facebook has something like 7.5 million kids under 13. I don't know how they get those numbers. It's hard to tell. But I don't want to take you guys. You want more questions?
That's great, yeah, Molly.
I was wondering what's the best way to communicate with your customers, like over the internet or on the phone or anything?
Shy experts.
The best way to do that would be to be honest and transparent. Even when the news isn't great, you can always level with them and say, you know what, that experience sucked. Let me try to make it up to you. If people know that you're transparent and you're being honest, they will trust you if you make it right to come back and do business with you again.
All right. Everybody who agrees with that, applaud right now. Everybody who does not agree with that, applaud. How does that strike you guys?
I think that's
honest and transparent. Totally honest. All right. Got another one? Okay.
Where do I get the capital to start my own business or fashion line?
All right, who has
Start marketing to everyone. Tell your story to everyone and let everyone know you're looking for money. Every opportunity you get, you have to start selling your stuff and selling yourself, and you'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Just take that one level. There's nothing wrong with creating a website for you and soliciting a PayPal account and soliciting money $1 at a time.
There's a guy who created the Million Pixel website. He sold pixels for $1, and so he would do 8 pixel ads, and he sold $1 million worth of these on pixel by pixel by pixel.
Just to comment though, if you're selling stuff or services, fine. Investment though is actually not nearly that easy. To get you and your investors, even when you give you $1, a bit of trouble. So before you go simply soliciting investment, probably want to talk to one of your parents or lawyer.
Got a mom in the back of the room that has an idea for you guys.
A mom? Is that relevant here? Yeah. Okay.
So, moms have certain wisdom that I don't.
In the past several months, I came across something called Kickstarter. So if you have a project, any project, whether it's a book or a fashion line, you could set it up, describe it, and people can donate towards your project. The one project that I saw, I came across through Tumblr. The guy put the first chapter of his novel on Tumblr, and people, based on how good they thought he was doing, they donated money, and he didn't have to go through a regular publisher.
Okay.
That's Cecilia. She'll be speaking this afternoon. Any other? Kickstarter is a great thought. Basil?
I'm just going to jump back on the transparency and the genuine. Just make sure you're doing it for yourself as well as whatever the product or brand you're selling. You know, that's one of the things I said earlier, but it's good for what you're doing and who you are, because in the end, people can invest in any product. You want them to invest in you.
Any other questions? You got a question back here? Sure.
My daughter will kill me for asking this, but as the mother of one of these girls, and who's not very, I mean, I'm tech savvy for my liking, how do I go about protecting these girls from getting into something that they shouldn't be getting into?
It's $1 million question. One of those things is have some faith in yourself as a parent and that you've done the right thing. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The other thing is be aware. Know what they're doing. It's okay. Until they're 18 years old, you have that right.
Wait, Mo, I want to hop on that one for a second.
All right, George.
This is a little bit self-serving for my own industry, but I would say that that's one of the major reasons why it's important to have technology education in schools and not have it be just something where the English teacher takes kids to the lab to type a paper and print it out. That there's a lot more to technology than word processing. And I don't even teach typing. These guys can tell you I'm a terrible typer myself, but I can type fast enough to write blog posts, so that's good enough for me. But I don't think it's a constructive use of their time when there are so many big issues like that out there. And it's not just a matter of predators. I think that, online predators can be overblown, but there's a lot of other things out there that it's not quite as seedy, but maybe just as risky as far as, online reputation and connecting with the wrong people who are leading you down the wrong path, or, having a sense of the fact that once you publish something, it's on the internet forever, as far as you know. So those types of things, I think you can only learn that through experience, and a sentence here or there in the car is not going to be enough. I think the kids need to have technology and to use technology integrated into their lessons, integrated into their school throughout the day. So that's my 2 cents.
We have hit the ceiling, the limit. Aren't they awesome? What a great idea to bring young people in here to have an interactive conversation with you guys. It's really a magic moment. I hope you guys remember this. And next year, come back and teach us some more. Because I learned. Thank you, George. Thank you. All right. Next, Jonathan, what do we have?
I'm just pushing some buttons.
Jonathan's pushing buttons.
Is this your iPad or did they leave?
No, that's not my iPad.
I have for auction. No. Did anyone leave an iPad up here? Micro interns, people?
No, that's been up there actually through the morning.
I don't even want to turn it on because God forbid it should be something. Okay.
Anyway, let's.
Dave Kirpin.
Ooh, Dave left his iPod. Okay.
All right.
Just tweet out, Dave, we got your iPad coming back to you. Oh my God, he's probably
Ranger has your iPad.
Oh my God, where is my iPad? All right. So let's see. Okay, we're 15 minutes behind, so let's roll. Jeff Ogden is president of Find New Customers, Fearless Comp, at Fearless Comp. Hi, Jeff. Let's give Jeff a round of applause. Jeff, you're going to want to be right here?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah. All right,
okay.
so help yourself.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. And what I think I want to do in my 5 minutes, which is already moving, is talk to you on a very personal level of how one person can create a brand that is well recognized everywhere. And really what the keys to that is. I'm known as the Fearless Competitor. That is my brand, and it has been for some time. Jill Conrath, the author of Selling to Big Companies, actually created it for me. But I really want to tell you what I see are the keys to doing this, to building a brand. And I think one of the most important ones, yesterday Oprah did her last show, and the one thing that Oprah talked about is passion. That you have to really believe deeply in what you're doing and why you're doing it and what you're trying to do. I mean, my mission in life is to help struggling B2B salespeople make their numbers. That's what I'm all about. And I think another key to this is just being out there, publishing. It doesn't take money. It takes very little money to do this. Some examples of, I've written 3 white papers. I've written 4 ebooks. I write a blog which just passed 50,000 readers. So I've been doing it for about 5 years. And I was recently on HubSpot TV. I was the special guest on HubSpot TV. I've done 3 radio shows. I'm doing another one on June 9th. And I speak at a lot of conferences. So it can be done. Everyone in here can really do it. One of the other things I think you have to do is really understand what your focus is. Okay? You want to be the go-to expert on something. You got to ask yourself, what are you an expert in? Or what do you want to become an expert in? Okay? And then you have to be the recognized expert in this. You write a blog, you write articles, you comment on others. And one other key, I think, too, in building a personal brand is figure out who are the people you need to connect to. Yes, you need to share and you need to help other people, but who are, say, the 20 most influential people in this particular industry? I'll give you someone on social media. Paul Gillen has written many books on social media. I know Paul. Review his book. Take one of his books and write a book review. He'll read it. There are things you can do to connect to these people. So make a list of the 20 people you want to meet and then go out and meet them. And because of their networks and their connections, you will become very well known in the industry. So I really think that every one of you in this room can establish yourself and get yourself known out there if you do these very simple things. That you really focus on what you want to be an expert in, what you want to be known for. You want to constantly help other people and be responsive. Here's another one that I think is very important. Be extremely responsive. I have an offer on my website for free 30-minute consultation to help people with their business. I was contacted by a gentleman last night from India. He owns a business. He wanted to take advantage of this. I responded to him right away. A meeting is set. He appreciated it. There's a gentleman coming over from France that wants us to help take his business into the United States. Again, being responsive. He doesn't speak English very well. Google Translate works pretty well. You write something in English, you paste it into Google Translate, and it comes up in French. You can do these things today. So what I really want to take away here is look at yourself and say, what do I want to be? What do I want to stand for? What's important to me to make this work and get my name out there? So I think I've done it within the 5 minutes. I really thank you, and I really hope, I'm happy to talk to anyone afterwards if you want any advice or help in promoting your brand and getting your name out there. Thank you.
We got a little help there. Thank you. Good job. So easy, Andrew. There will be no falling down the stairs. Okay. So we had journalism for lunch, and now for dessert, journalism. Judy Martin at Judy Martin 8. Not really going to be about work journalism, but more life. Am I right? Work life. All right. Okay. Well, just remember you should be
right here. I can do that. Yeah, I can try to say, "Hello, America." Hey, everybody awake? It's after lunch. Okay, I'm going to wake you up. You ready? I was born this way. I was born this way. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. Clap, please. Okay. I know it's after lunch. Why did I sing that? Because I'm talking about being human. I know it's Lady Gaga. But what I'm all about is the work-life experience. And we're living in this 24/7 high-tech global marketplace. We are bombarded with information, right? Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is. So what are you doing to bring yourself down to center, down to the stillness within so that some creativity can emerge and you don't get burned out? I really woke up during 9/11. Brief story. A Marketplace Morning report on NPR. And my photographer at News 12, Glenn Pettit, was killed in Tower 2. Everyone has a 9/11 story, right? So during the day, I worked as a reporter 12 to 15 hours sometimes. And then I had the opportunity to work with the children of the victims at night and on the weekends. So I'd sit with these kids and we would draw pictures and we would talk about their mommies and daddies who maybe were missing. And what I got out of that was the ability to consume the chaos of what was going on at that time. I was able to serve. It also brought me back to meditation. It brought me back to this idea that we just cannot be cogs in the wheel of the marketplace anymore. We need to be human beings. How do we embrace that? And soon after that, I started blogging on it, really looking into human capital in the workplace. And soon after that, worklifenation.com. Less stress, more success. So I work with executives to de-stress, motivational speaking, obviously. And also really looking at the corporations, the pioneers, the people who are exalting the human experience in the workplace. Because once again, we're getting killed with all this stuff. When do you take a break in your day? Who woke up this morning and turned on the news? Raise of hands. Right? What did we see? Joplin, Oklahoma, a couple of weeks ago, bin Laden. We don't just leave that stuff at the door of the workplace. We take it with us. So when do you take that break in your day to come back to being a human being? And I noticed over the years that there was this cycle I kept falling into. Instead of consuming the chaos around me and using it as fuel for transformation, I get stuck in what I call the up to you cycle. The up to you cycle in the work-life merge. Because it's really not balanced anymore, right? It really isn't. So what's the up to you cycle? The U is unlimited incoming, right? We get this bombardment of information, constant, the attention crash, you spiral down. How do you stop that? Look at that part in the cycle. Can you create an aberration at that point in the cycle? Unlimited income. P, perceived availability. Everyone thinks, hey, if I send this person an email, they're going to get back to me right away. All my family. We're tethered to technology, whether it's work or family. How do we stop the process maybe there? Well, maybe we have a conversation with someone and say, hey, you know what? I can only talk to you between 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning, but I will have a human-to-human conversation with you. U, P, perceived availability. E, expectation of instant gratification. We want to get back to people right away because that's what's expected. Unless you let people know and you create your own boundaries and your own guidelines so that you don't sink down into the spiral. UPED, this desire to deliver and excel because that's what's expected of us in our economy. Or else we won't, as Gary Vaynerchuk would say, crush it, right? Well, what's your definition of success? Maybe you deliver and excel in a different way, your own boundaries, your own guidelines. And then the last one is you. We go right back into the cycle again. Unlimited interruptions. The American Psychological Association did a survey in 2009. 69% of the employees who responded said that they were experiencing an enormous amount of stress because of work. 41% said, it's just not working for me, and the stress, I'm actually feeling it at work and at home. 51% said, at work, I am less productive because of the stress. So how do we create that aberration in our day? Coming back to center and at a calm place so that we do not burn out. That's up to you to create your own work-life fit. Callie Yost, a colleague of mine who does a lot on work-life issues. You've got to create your own calm and your own peace. And when you do that, you'd be amazed at the creativity that can emerge from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, look. Okay. So, Professor Jonathan and Namnung have just left me here to be entertaining. Okay, who thinks I'm entertaining? Raise your hand. Who thinks I'm boring? Go ahead. Thank you back in the back, Cecilia. You were going to talk what time? No. Let's take a quick look at the Twitter stream. 14 Straight, been tweeting, is one of our speakers. And I don't know if he's here or not. No? Oh, okay, good. The question is, 140 Conf Long Island, LI. Who is behind that handle? And I can't go with tweet handle. Just don't do that. The handle. Who's behind the handle? Don't know. Did any of you guys see the video of saying all the conference speakers in under 52 seconds? It was a cool contest. I was winning. And then somebody knocked me off yesterday, and that's okay. I'm really not bitter. I'm good with that, really. And I missed Oprah the other day too. So my life is somewhat incomplete and sad. Passage to Nirvana is tweeting. Little Lime Dress is doing good. Kenny Kane, I called him out earlier, and now he's here. He describes himself as look for the big ginger in the back with the blinding red hair. And a little facial hair, too. Good. You slept in? God bless you. I hope you took the 3 hours that I didn't get. Not bitter, really. Not bitter at all. Not jealous. I am. All right. We're looking at Levy recruits. Just trying to call out some folks who are contributing. And if any of you guys who are here who are tweeting, keep tweeting. We twended. I knew that was going to happen. We did trend, and that's interesting. Kind of puts this on the map. This, guys. This is a non-profit operation. We're not trying to make any money here. We're trying to cover costs, Anything that we have left over will be donated to the charity, and if Professor Jonathan were here, he would tell you about it, and he will tell you about it. So we've done this out of love. We've been starting in January, meeting almost every week, taking care of all the little details that go into creating an event and thinking about those. And so far, I'm not going to say it, but you guys are a tremendous group of people, and I hope that you can take some of the stuff that goes on here, and maybe you could do a day of good in your community, maybe in your church or your synagogue, and take some of the social knowledge that you've gotten today and share that with somebody else. And maybe they can then next year share it, and you kind of pay it forward. Because social media really, to me, if you do good for others, it's just karma. It'll come back to you in a positive way. It's not about you. It's not about selling. I think we've heard that time and time again. Just do good. You know, you can do good for yourself by doing good. And that grammatically is incorrect, and I probably have to take off for it. Now, if you give me just a second, and I love my iPad. It's kind of helpful. And there was a great conversation online. Professor Jonathan had recommended an HP product, and somebody said no, 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 over the fact that I wanted 2 iPads. I am just greedy. But, okay, I am looking for, I have to tell myself out loud so I can get to the next speaker. So, all right. Ely Rosenstock, are you here? Awesome. I've been following Ely, watching the conversation. He's got good things to say. He is at Ely Rosenstock, and he's Senior Director of Account Management and Operations for M80. Tell us everything about that. Why don't you, very good. Then I'll hold on to this, and showtime, Ely.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's pronounced Ellie, but no worries, just to show how well I know people around here. Before I even start, I just want to give a real big thank you to Jeff Pulver. He probably doesn't even remember me, but a couple of years ago, before the 140 conference, he put on a social media summit. I was getting my MBA, and he let me go for free. I made a lot of great connections there, and it helped me, progress in my career appropriately. And he never gets thanked for all those little things that he does for people. So I just want to thank you, Jeff, very much. Yeah, I mean, everyone else, yes. All right. Hi everyone, my name is Ellie Rosenstock. I work at M80. It is a social media marketing agency. We mainly focus on executing social media campaigns and strategizing for Fortune 500 clients, so it's a little bit of a different turn than what we've been talking about, a lot of small business today, but I sort of thought I'd give you a little bit of an insight into what we're seeing in the Fortune 500 side and how they're trying to deal with the social media explosion that we're seeing. And so I wanted to talk a little bit from my perspective personally, from my experience, as to why I think Fortune 500 companies are really not winning in social media, and I'm going to refrain from any Charlie Sheen jokes. But I really could go on for about a half hour on this, but I know time is short, so I'll try to be quick. It boils down to 2 main things. There's 2 fears. There's a fear of change and a fear of failure in this industry. Before the series of tubes we call the internet came to be, trying to figure out who would win in a marketing battle of 2 similar products was easy. The one that would spend more money on doing more research, finding the right target, and hitting them with more messaging would win. And the Fortune 500 would leverage their money and any connections they had to squash any competition that came to be. But it doesn't work like that anymore. You all well know that. Today's landscape is a consumer's fantasy, where the collective voice of positive and negative consumers can make or break products regardless of company size. The company that creates the better relationship with consumers will be given the praise they so desire. And by doing so, they'll be able to build their company from the word of mouth rather than just pushing marketing in their face all the time. Money isn't the most important factor anymore. I take that back a little bit. Money is still very, very important, but it's not the most important factor. Creating the proper relationships with your customers are. Because people just don't want to own the product. They want to like the company that makes the product. They want to trust the company that makes the product. The Fortune 500, they're not used to this. Money won't solve the problem by itself. It requires a shift in all aspects of marketing and a realignment in process from the CEO down to the checkout girl. It's not an easy thing to change. It scares people. Fear of change. I get requests all the time by my clients, my entire team does, for campaigns that are unique, that are out of the box, that will blow away any type of coverage that Old Spice got. So we come together with PR and creative and media buying and all the other agencies involved, and we come up with this incredible, amazing, out-of-the-box idea that will be covered everywhere because it's so new and unique. And the clients always look at it and they say, you know, this looks really, really great. Can you show me any case studies that'll prove that this will work in the real world? And the challenge with that is that, you know, you can't show case studies for something that's unique. There was no case study for Old Spice before it was done. So you have to be clear with them, and you have to be clear with this is, you know, if you're a small-time business, it works the same way. If you want to be innovative and unique, that means that you're doing something that hasn't been tested and confirmed before. That's why it has a chance of working and has a chance of making a splash with the consumers, because no one's ever seen it. They're afraid to fail. It's fear of failure. Now, I originally called this speech why most Fortune 500 companies are failing at social media, but I don't think that would be fair. Many of the influencers who once claimed to be consumer advocates now demand customer service well beyond what any company can realistically provide to all their customers. Just because you have 10,000 Twitter followers and love to complain doesn't mean you should get any better treatment than anyone who isn't on Twitter. Many companies spend their time catering to the social media elite rather than developing honest relationships with their true customers. And when the Fortune 500 are on the right path, social media is like dating when you're young. When you just start dating, you don't know exactly what you want, but after every breakup, you learn a little, you mature a little. It's the same thing with the Fortune 500. With every social media engagement, even if it fails, they're learning and they're maturing. The whole relationship with the consumer is new to them. It's new to all the companies out there. So my advice for companies, large and small, is to not be afraid to change what you're doing. Don't be afraid to fail. It's how you learn. And just like that nice girl who decides to commit to a guy who she knows isn't perfect but has that potential, consumers are willing to do the same. I hear the music. Consumers will forgive companies for mistakes along the way, as long as they continue to try and show that they have the potential to be great. Thank you very much.
Hugs are a tradition at 140, and I'm comfortable with that. All right. I think while I was listening to him, there was a couple of tweetable moments. Anybody want to share one? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and share what you tweeted. This is like a retweet in voice.
I like the last part that companies should focus on their actual customers rather than the so-called social media elite.
I thought that was interesting too, and I thought, boy, there's the business opportunity to try to pair up social media with the data that a company has on its customers, and I can see tables merging and all of a sudden people rising up who, when they talk. But I mean, if you have the squeaky wheel gets the grease, in a way, maybe that's the final call it. And I'm walking out of the stream and I know the IT guy is just like going, I can't help it, you know? It's the way I stay awake since did I mention the fact that I got up at 4:30 this morning? Really? Did I mention the fact that I'm not bitter about that? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you for keeping me honest. So, the next speaker is really a friend and a guy I've heard speak before. He's come to my classes, has inspired my students. So, Ethan, why don't you come on down? When I say your name, go ahead and get your butt out of the seat and start your way out here. Don't wait till I do that so you get all that. This is my bud, and he's got some good stuff to say. So, you know what? We'll hit the button, and it's showtime, Ethan. And he is ESD714 on Twitter.
And if anyone can tell me what the 714 stands for, that is Quaaludes, not LSD, but yes. Very impressive. We have to wonder what's going on there. But anyway, thank you very much, and thank you all for your attention. We've talked a lot today about sort of like a business to consumer and personifying businesses, I want to talk a little bit about how to use these platforms to personify people, how you can actually take that network that you've curated, that network that you've worked so hard to build, and then leverage it for what you need to get done. It's really about tapping that network and being engaged and sensitive with the people that you deal with on a regular basis, and be approachable so people can ask you questions and you can ask them questions. You need to have a reasonable set of expectations when you go about doing this, and you have to be willing to be open-minded to approach problems in a new way, because you put something out there, you're going to get a flood of stuff back at you, and some of it's going to be so completely different than anything you had in mind, but be open-minded to it, because your solution may be sitting out there. And it could also lead you to reset your goals. Whereas you thought you were going to go down path A, you may now end up on path K because it's a better way to go about it, and you can only get there by being open-minded to it. And be specific when you make an ask of your network, because as anyone who reads emails and gets all upset about what a coworker says about you in an email or something like that, there's no gray. It's black and white. What you put out there is what's out there, and I can interpret it any way that I want, so be specific. Don't set yourself up to have a problem. And when we use Twitter and any of these platforms, remember they're all interconnected. And members of your network are all sitting in different spots. So if you're looking for a job or you have a professional question, connect yourself with your LinkedIn. So this way you have that good B2B piece going for you. You can tap into that network because that's where the people in your professional sphere are. If you really want to do some marketing kind of stuff and you really need to get more interpersonal with people, Facebook is a great platform for that because it's so engaging and so easy to engage. And you don't have that 140 limit and then you have to retweet and have the back and forth. You have a good history of where things are going. And then you don't forget about leveraging your blogs and letting your blog come back into your network, because it's a great way to not just build community around your brand, but build community around your person. I mean, I'm a single parent, and for whatever reason, people read my blog about being a single dad, and I'm out there with it, I'm willing to do it, and I really do it solely for my own edification, because I want to be able to just write about it and at some point in time have a record of it. Yet 50,000 people a week read my blog about being a single dad. And I leverage Twitter, I leverage Facebook, I leverage LinkedIn to bring people into that, and I engage them in that discussion across those platforms. What you want to do, though, is remain engaged, no matter what platform is working for you. And they all don't have to work for you. You really should not necessarily be out on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, WordPress, and every other place you want to be. Find what works, stick with it, and then enhance your capabilities. Become that expert that we've talked about throughout the day. So when you curate your network, it's just the first step along building a way to develop a communication with people. It's a two-way street. Be reasonable in your expectations, open-minded to new and different approaches, and be specific. And Twitter's just one channel to use, so you want to really make sure that you're willing to open yourself up to these things. And if you can just go through and do those processes, become a person in your social networks, you'll find that your brand will grow, you'll find that your network will grow, and you'll find that the people who approach you, that list of people will grow, and you will become that expert that you seek to be. And I thank you very much for your time.
Wow, 48 seconds to spare. All right. So, you know what? Andrea's been sitting at the back there, and she's been really good. I want to just come and check and see with my partner, my friend, my collaborator. Have you had to glare at anybody so far?
No.
You don't want the Andrea glare, no. She's been wrangling the speakers and making everybody comfortable, welcoming them. You've done a really amazing job. It's been fun working with you since January, and I want to make sure you get your appropriate applause. So let's give her one right now. Okay. Okay. And also, our volunteers have been sitting at check out the bandana. You rocking a bandana nicely like that. So introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Karen Reed.
Tell us what you do, Karen.
I do a lot of things. Well, you want to know specifics? Oh, okay. I'm a stay-at-home mom right now. I'm trying to launch a business where I make handmade pocketbooks. It's called Sewn Caringly. Note the name, Caringly. Caring. And I don't know. What else do I do? Oh, I changed it. It was K Reed, but now it's Karen Reed.
You did that today. Some learning going on here. All right. And now let me get you to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Camille Dettel. I'm a boudoir decorator and an EMR implementation specialist.
Boudoir decorator. I need to have some details, please.
I decorate the hotel suite for the wedding night, anniversary, and honeymoon.
What is the number one tool that you deploy in the decoration?
That's confidential. I can't share that.
Is this something I could Google? No, darn. What's your Twitter handle?
At Camille Dettel.
I found some funny folks today. I love it. Come on, Marilyn. We'll walk with you up to the front. This is my buddy. Marilyn came. She's from Staten Island. She came here in September, or was it October? In October, for the Social Media Day of Good. All the way from Staten Island, she stayed all day, gave me an interview, and I think it's got like 265 views on YouTube. So, and she's going to share with you guys. So I'm going to get the heck out of the way. Shut up. And Marilyn, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Let me give you your Twitter handle. What will you give your Twitter handle?
I'm M. Zafert, at M. Zafert on Twitter, and you can find me at M. Zafert on Facebook too. And I'm always looking for friends and having a conversation, so please look me up. I will follow you back too. And actually, I was looking for my picture because I sent a picture of the Verrazano Bridge today. What? Oh, okay, because I was going to point to it in my speech, but I guess I can't. Well, as you heard, I am from Staten Island. I'm from the other New York island, okay? The real island of New York. Sorry. Ooh. Well, I had to get it in because Staten Island was not supposed to be where I ended up, okay? It was supposed to be a brief stopping point as I migrated through the rest of my life. I had a 5-year plan, which turned into a 10-year plan. And after 15 years, Staten Island became my home. I couldn't leave. Staten Island met all of my criteria. You know that list that you make where you want to live and it has to have everything, right? It's close to Manhattan, and it's close to my roots. I'm from Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. An easy ride to New Jersey and points south. It was even easy to get here today. Heck, Staten Island's in the middle of everywhere. The only problem for me, and as my daughter told me for her 2 yesterday, is that Staten Island has an image problem, okay? People that I would meet that were never on Staten Island or just really didn't know it would think that the whole island was covered with a dump, okay? And of course, our celebrities like The Situation, Snooki, and Mob Wives really don't help us. It's frustrating to me, but Staten Island doesn't get any respect. We don't just fist pump on Staten Island. Forgotten borough nonsense. You can't forget an integral part of the most exciting city in the world. We are abundant in philanthropic activities and people who dedicate their lives to art, culture, and social enterprise. Staten Island is steeped in history and filled with thousands of acres of parkland and beaches. And don't forget, we are only a 20-minute free ferry ride to Manhattan. So there are folks that take their bikes, get on the ferry, and go riding in Central Park from Staten Island. me not being satisfied with the status quo, because now I'm permanently here on the island, was hoping that something would change. I mean, some new reality show with, maybe some academic person speaking something relevant. But no, we get mob wives. And there were other people like me on Staten Island that felt the same way. We wanted to do something. We want to make a change. We want people to know that where we come from is truly a wonderful place. So, like a Jedi, as guardian of conversation, I harnessed the mystical energies of engagement. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Flickr became my lightsaber, and the social media force was definitely with me. Immediately, I began working on projects with local nonprofits. Finally, I had a great way to satisfy my passion for community and really make a difference. I knew there were social media strategies I could use to increase cause awareness, raise funds, and draw audience to nonprofit events. My first project was for the Jewish Community Center of Staten Island. They asked me to help with the Real Abilities Film Festival. By using Twitter and the real-time internet, I was able to amplify the message and reach those interested. Hundreds turned out for these showings. When I joined the Staten Island Business Council for the American Cancer Society, and we decided to use social media to promote our Comedy for a Cure fundraiser, we used a few tools and strategies, and all of the members of the council participated in the online media campaign. The outcome was we raised almost double the amount we projected. June 2010 brought the first Lumen to Staten Island. It is a cozy production and a cutting-edge video, art, and production show. I'm sorry that I can't tell you much more. But I will say, with everything that you are hearing, that one person can make a difference, and you have to have a vision and take a chance. Take the first step, make some noise, and change your world. I did. Thank you.
I was loving the conversation online. The Island and Strong Island continue. There's a little back and forth on the back channel. And I hope to do something with that. So, hey, Jeff. What's poppin', man? You there? Come here. Come here. Come here, kid. So let's make sure we're on there. Let's do a shout out to the sponsors.
I think that'd be good.
I think we need to take a moment. And first of all, Touro, again, the hospitality here. Have you guys ever sat in a law classroom?
This is a pretty
I can
cool
tell you,
classroom.
can you not feel the fear in the air? You know? I took a law class at Columbia for my journalism master's, and it was a huge class like that. It was full, and we had cases to read before class, and it was pretty strong program. So I could only get to them Thursday night before, like at 11 o'clock, and class was the next morning at 9. But I read every one of those things and sat in fear that professor was going to look at the name chart and land on my name and ask me about the case, and I wouldn't know a thing. Never happened. I wish it had. Got to do your fears. Anyway, so Wordhampton.
Wordhampton PR, run by our buddies out in the Hamptons. And actually, Steve Willie is with us, and he'll be speaking in a little
And
while.
he's been tweeting, too, and nice job.
He has been, and thank you very much, Wordhampton. And then our other Golds partner is St. Joseph's College. And Melissa was here a little while ago. I'm not sure if she's still here.
She was a funny one.
Huh?
She was a funny one. I talked
Yes,
about
she
engaged.
was. She was the
said
one who
married.
She was
Good
married.
for her. I love that.
But Wordhampton and St. Joe's are always great supporters of social media on Long Island. Thank you.
We had to figure out a way at lunch, at our break, to give away the Starbucks
Yes,
cards.
yes, we have a way
Don't
to
let
give
us
them
forget
away.
those. All right?
Thank you, Starbucks of Rockville Center, for the great gift cards that we have to give
Pass,
away.
pass,
And
Martin.
thank you, Martin Kane.
And that's it. Let's go for that. Now we go. Why don't you introduce who's next?
We're moving fast, man. Oh, but we're right on time. This rocks. We're right on time.
That's because
All right.
we're so good. Seriously, this is not.
Mark is here. Mark, you're here. Mark, give me a wave. Okay, we have the CEO of Pushcart, Mark Ferdman, here with us. Thank you, Mark. Welcome to the stage, and welcome to Long Island.
Thank you, everyone. Jeff Pulver, thank you very much for inventing this entire conference and in general. It's been a great thing for everybody. Trey, thanks for the bandana. Apropos that you guys just thank the sponsors because it dovetails with my topic and also sort of continues off of Ellie's presentation. And I guess the last part of what he talked about for brands to be focusing on actual consumers instead of the social media elite. And I come from the advertising world as well, and for the past 15 years or so, I've been working with Fortune 500 brands and their advertising agencies to try and figure out how to connect with consumers on the internet. And so back in the day, we were making CD-ROMs. As soon as the web became a little bit more powerful and computers, we started getting onto the web. Then it became all about immersive brand experiences and Flash. And as the trends continue every few years, it's up to us and people like me that are agents for these brands to try and figure out ways to connect with consumers. And so obviously, the past couple of years, the humongous trend has been social media and mobile. And so I've been challenged to be thinking about this. And as social media has become bigger and bigger, one of the things that I think about a lot is the fact that the social media elite, so to speak, actually becomes every single one of us in context to a given brand. And it goes all the way from Fortune 500 all the way down the tail to Joe's Pizza Place on the corner in a specific local town. And because we all now can broadcast, we all now have audiences that follow us, and those audiences grow and change, and they have certain qualities demographically that are not only quantitative but qualitative. And like any media agent that's trying to get a message out on behalf of a brand or a merchant, that agent needs to know where is the best place to place that message. And if we are going to spend $2 million of our media budget to take a Super Bowl ad because we're going to reach a huge audience of all types of different people, or whether it's better for us to place a local radio ad for much less money, or whether it's better for us to put out circulars. So what interests me about this is big brands are now interested in using us, every single one of us, to broadcast for them because Twitter, Facebook, other social networks have given us, again, the power to be broadcasting to audiences. And I'm sure all of us have broadcast a brand affinity from the heart. And once in a while now we're starting to get incentivized to do so, whether it's opening up a coupon by touching a Facebook like button, whether we're using a company like Sponsored Tweets that will actually pay you something to tweet on behalf of a brand. And what I think about as this topic gets explored, and as I've been spending a lot of time thinking about it, what it really comes down to is what our social net worth is. What is your social network worth relative to a brand? Do you want to be broadcasting brand messages? Are you going to be able to avoid broadcasting brand messages? And at what point might you feel shorted when you realize that brands are spending a lot of money paying NBC or paying other media outlets to broadcast their messages, and you're doing it for free? So I don't have all the answers to how we are going to provide this qualitative information to brands, but I do think very strongly that media planners and media buyers are starting to become faced with questions about this guy's network, he has 420 followers. Is he a good buy for us as a media planner? And there's going to be ways that that gets quantified and qualified, given back to these planners, to these brands, and I call that social net worth. And so what I'd like everybody to think about is the next time you tweet on behalf of a brand, whether you're using Foursquare, what is that worth to the brand? Why are you doing it for free? Where does it start to become something that feels dirty? And where does it start to become something that actually feels appropriate to get paid for? Because everybody's got to eat, and these brands are spending a lot of money. And so again, making you as an individual the social media superstar in context, even if you have 200 followers, for the right brand and the right merchant, you're going to reach people that are important. And you may want to think about getting rewarded for it. Thanks very much.
Awesome job, Mark. Thank you. And actually a very interesting topic. Now, coming up next, we have a friend of mine from the city. Come on up, Cecilia. Cecilia Pineda Ferret. Welcome to the stage, straight from Manhattan. Actually, literally straight from Manhattan. Cecilia. Thank you, Cecilia. Tell me where you want to be, Ellie.
Okay.
Wherever you be.
So I'll just walk around in here. Okay. My name is Cecilia, at Ceci PF, because Cecilia Pineda Ferret as a Twitter handle is a bit too long. So any of you who want to use your full name, you won't lose anything out of shortening your name. You still keep all your tweets and everything. Recent conference, I brought that up, and people said, really? So it's never too late. I am also considering myself a social median. Where are you, Mo? Mo, are you in here? No. Mo said, I should register that. And somebody else beat him to it. Social median, I think, is someone that comes like from the land of social media, like a Virginian. So I'm a social median, digital media strategist, digital marketing strategist, and I am looking for full-time work, and that's what inspired me to talk about this topic today. I think that since we're at the Touro Law School, the next 4 laws by Angelise Arian come into play. She says, show up, pay attention, tell the truth, and don't get attached to the results, which translate very easily to social media, right? Be present on as many platforms as you can. Listen. In other words, pay attention, listen, monitor. Be transparent. That's the big key word. And, of course, don't go crazy with the ROI and the metrics, because they're there as a guide for you, but they're not necessarily going to be the magic bullet, the crazy 8-ball thing, whatever. You use your metrics, and then you use the rest of the intangibles and goodwill and everything else that social media brings you. And I bring those up because actually today I want to talk about the results, using that word as this is my spider web mind, the results that people get when they Google you for your career development and for your lead generation for potential employers as well as clients. What are people finding when they Google you? Who here has a website? Okay, so I don't need any verbal answers. Thank you for the raised hands. I appreciate that. Who here has a blog? Okay, who here has a content and identity reputation management platform? Wow. Who here knows that LinkedIn is a type of content and identity reputation management platform, but there are so many other ones now that are developing. I don't have time today to go into the ones that I've researched for my own curiosity, like I said, but I am going to be providing you with I'm going to post about this talk and then further investigate at least 10 of them. They have ones where it's an online resume, then they have other ones that are basically a homepage for your portals, and then there's ones that are just make your own easy breezy website in 10 minutes. I wanted to also tell you about why I got to the point where I needed some kind of service like this. 3 years ago, I wanted to work for this software company and provide them social media strategy, and I was interviewed by their consultant who had to interview everybody, I guess. And her first question, okay, so the names will be withheld to protect the innocent and the clueless. The company was Kansas Software Company. The consultant was Sleeping Beauty, and I'm Dorothy or something. And so they had no idea it's a software company, but they had no idea about social media. So nothing about the land of social media, land of Oz. They were completely clueless. So she asked me, do you have a blog? I said, no. Do you have a website? No. But I do post on Twitter and Facebook, and I had been training people for that past year. She said, okay. And I'm figuring that she didn't Google me. And if she had, I would be all over the place, but I didn't have one central hub. I didn't have a place where Google comes up, and just like LinkedIn, where Google has your blog, but yet your blog doesn't incorporate everything else that is about you, your references, your resume, any photos, any SlideShare. LinkedIn does a great job of that, but then there are these other services that bit.ly that I'm going to give you will does it to the next level. Some of them are free, and some of them are paid for per month or per year. And to conclude my story, which I was about ready to conclude anyway, so music. So my goal, right now I have an about.me/CeciPF. That's the first one I found, and that's the first one I played with. But there's upteen many more. Like I said, I'm going to cover about 10 of them in my post. Later on, I'll give you a rough draft in my bit.ly by the end of the day, but I'll review them by next week after you've all come back from the holidays and can actually focus and get over your hangovers. Then I'm also working on my blog, because 3 years ago for her to have said, you don't have a blog, well, now I do. And I'm working on that. And I'm still looking for other services. So as I hear from them, I will be posting about them, sharing them on Twitter, etc., to help you all, because it's no longer, yes, I've got a website, yes, I've got a blog. It's where can you aggregate all of these various ways for people to reach out to you. Again, my Twitter name is CeciPF, CECIPF. I like to share resources. I like to learn resources. And at some point, I should give you the link. So it's the bit.ly, right? http:// how else do you say that? bit.ly, bit.ly/CeciPF helpful links. And on there is also a link to an article about social media and monitoring that appeared in mycustomer.com, some information about LinkedIn, and also is going to be a listing of all these other services that you may have not considered before today. So that is my more than 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay. Just a shout out to people on Ustream. Thank you for tuning in. I'd love to, Jonathan, how are we doing? Are people looking?
So far, we have 43 people looking at the moment and 735 total views.
Wow, 735 total views on Ustream. Ustream is a really, really easy application to use, guys. Ustream.tv. I use it to stream lectures, presentations, and I carry, basically, if I have my laptop with me, I can go right into my Ustream channel, turn it on, and share with the world. Uh,
And on Twitter, we have 1,705 total tweets today.
1,705 total tweets. So we have a leading tweeter. I love those analytics. The leading tweeter probably should get at least a Starbucks card. Just saying, and if you guys needed any kind of incentive, a free $10 Starbucks card.
And Steve Levy, not the county executive.
The most retweeted?
93 original tweets.
Oh, Steve Levy. You know what? Take a bow, receive your crown. We'll get you a Starbucks card for sure. Now, Jeff, what do you got?
Just to let everybody know, I mean, just about 10% of this audience is going to win something before you walk out of here. We've got the Starbucks cards. We've got an amazing necklace from Sue Ann. We've got what is it? 45 hours of counseling from Mo.
I'll give you three
15-minute sessions with Mo.
Office hours with me. You know, whatever you want to talk about, I'll try to help you.
And to keep it fair, it will be, we're using a service called One Contest. Once we get to the break, maybe, whenever we decide to give them away, all we got to do is open it up.
I don't even know who's next. So.
And it picks us at random. Oh, I know who's next. Oh, yeah, I know who's next. It's this guy back there. Aaron, my buddy at Max Stainless. Aaron is a proud new papa of twins. Twin girls. If you have handouts, Aaron, we'll give them out for you, buddy. Oh, all right.
So why don't we, Aaron, do that while that's Aaron Crocco. He is at Mac Stainless, MacStainless. You know what I found as a professor? If you give it a couple people, they'll help you out.
No, he wants to hand them out. All right.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go before the break at 3 o'clock.
We've got some good ones coming up.
Yeah, we really do. We try to. This is going to be. It doesn't stop people. There's some amazing stuff going on. We got some really cool speakers. So there's lots to be had. Then we'll have a barbecue afterwards, and then the ducks. So I hope you guys are having an amazing day. I sure am. And you know what? I'm wide awake. That 4 o'clock in the morning thing, if I didn't mention it. But 4:30. Okay, fact checking is important. So let's.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Crocco.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. First casualty of the day.
Over here, so we can get you on the live screen.
All right. Hey, everybody. Okay, so we're talking about hashtags and connecting writers of the world. So I'm going to start off with a quick story. I sent off my last book to a friend of mine who I know on Twitter. She lives in Bozeman, Montana. Oh, there we go, sorry. She lives in Bozeman, Montana, and she's a beta reader. Beta readers are just like beta testers for software. You know, they read over what you're doing, they give you feedback, they tell you what's working, what's not working, and you work with that feedback to get a final product out. So I'm talking to her after she sends me my feedback, and she goes, oh, you know, you're a hockey fan, right? Yeah. And she says, oh, are you an Islanders or a Rangers fan? So I say, I'm an Islanders fan. And I'm thinking, well, how does somebody in Bozeman, Montana know about New York hockey teams? And she goes, oh, my friend Jeannie is a huge Islanders fan. She writes romance just like I do. And she's from Long Island. I think, oh, that's pretty cool. So I look her up on Twitter, and I find her, and we start talking. And sure enough, she's actually friends with Dee Carl at Seventh Woman, who's an official blogger for the New York Islanders. And we've been talking for over a year. So somebody from Bozeman, Montana brought me and one other person from Long Island together. So the point is that we are all connected. We don't even know it, but we're all connected. All right, so I handed out some sheets before we have 45 seconds to run this demo. So they're marked 1, 2, and 3. So number 1, hold up your sign. All right, we have hashtags on there. It's a tweet with hashtags. Number 2s, hold up your signs. Similar hashtags, some different, some are the same. Number 3s, hold up. Excellent. If you see, some of them have hashtag am writing. This is a way of creating a communication stream that you can be involved with. Now, when you put a hashtag into your tweet, Jeff had his first. Let's say he's the originator of that hashtag. Someone else who's following him says, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to put that into my tweets. And then the number 3s are following him, and they say, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to put that into my tweets. I follow all you number 3s, and I say, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to put that in my tweets. And the message spreads. We've heard about it with us guys. We've heard about it with other people who have come up here. It's an amazing thing. So with the power of hashtags, we know that these can become part of the lexicon. You know, pound winning with Charlie Sheen. Pound fail. You know, we all know about that. I have an iPhone with AT&T. I'm very familiar with pound fail. Pound FF, follow Friday. We know all about that. Also, we have pound now playing. People are tweeting what they're listening to. All very important things. And when you put a hashtag into your tweet, it's searchable, it's clickable. You don't even have to search for it. You just click on it. And all of a sudden, you're seeing this whole conversation going on. And by putting a hashtag into your tweet, you're sending up a beacon. You're saying, hey, I'm part of this group. I belong with you. I want to participate. And by doing that, you're actually becoming an active participant in the conversation that you didn't even know was happening around you. So writers, you know, we're a special breed. You know, people think we're just in the attic, you know, typing away, you know, hunched over our keyboards, or we're in Starbucks with our 90,000-inch MacBook Pros with Venti Macchiato, whatever they call it at Starbucks. But we have our own hashtags as well. Am writing, am editing. I tweet this all the time when I'm writing my book. I'm telling people, hey, I'm writing, I'm turning off Twitter, see you later. 1K, 1HR. That's 1,000 words in 60 minutes. It's a personal challenge you issue to yourself, saying, you know what? I want to get my writing done. I'm sitting down for an hour. I'm turning off the internet, getting my ass in the chair, and I'm writing 1,000 words. See you later. And that was created by Patrick Allen. I had to do a lot of digging just to find the originator of that. Ask Agent, literary agents will actually do Q&A sessions on Twitter, which is huge. It's like asking the experts what you can do to get in front of people. And, you know, of course, we're special, so we have our own Follow Friday we call Writer Wednesday, pound WW, and it's us giving us a pat on the back, so to speak. So, you know, the communities that we built through these conversations, they transcend past Twitter. The communities we build, they go into other realms. Facebook, message boards, events, conferences, just like this. We didn't all know each other before today, but now we all have a face to put with the name, with the Twitter handle. The communities support and promote your achievements. If I write 1,000 words, I get tweets from people that I know and don't know in real life saying, that's great. Somebody published a book, that's amazing. There's an event going on, I'm right there promoting it, I'm helping people out because we're all in it together. And for example, I'm part of a Facebook writers group that started from Twitter. There's 35 of us, and it transcends the world. People from Germany, people from Michigan, people from Seattle, people from France, all over the place. We've never met in person, and yet we have a party every day celebrating each other's achievements because that's what we do. And so, in conclusion, by finding communities with others to support you, you realize that you can complete your projects, you can gain a sense of belonging, and really find people who are in the exact same position as you are and help you achieve the work that you're trying to do to get that out there. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you, Aaron. And writing, to me, is something that I love to do. It's why I got into journalism. And writing is an essential skill. If you have kids, make them write. My dad sent me when I was like at third grade. He sent me to the fire department to write a story, and he was my editor. So my first job in journalism was when I was a junior in high school. And my dad, again, convinced me to go into the editor of the Raleigh Times, which was an afternoon paper. And I pitched the editor, and I got 2 assignments. We traveled to the Virgin Islands, where I grew up, and we had returned there, and I got paid. But you know what? Seeing my byline, wow, I was hooked. Junior in high school, and 2 $25 checks. When I was a junior in high school, $25 was serious money. Serious money. I wish I had saved it. Who knows what it'd be worth now? I blew it. But I didn't blow it on electronics. So all of you guys who are doing on Twitter right now, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to send an @ to Mogulette, Mogulette. Mogulette is Carmina Perez, who's my partner in a new venture. We are doing socialmedianewsny.com, and she's working it. And so to let her know that we're here, all of a sudden I want her side of to be swollen up with people saying, "Hey, missed you," but you were mentioned. Last night she was at a Latism and mentioned our project, and a lot of people then retweeted it, so I appreciate it. I'm being mischievous. Mogulette, Mogulettete. And I don't know a thing about it. All right, so now, a friend of mine on Twitter is a designer, and we were talking last Friday, and it turns out she has a friend who's a designer, and all of a sudden I got friended by the friend who's a designer, so that's, I noticed that on Twitter. Susan Sarah, where are you at? Hi. Come on up, it's your turn, Susan. All right. Leslie Carruthers is a mutual friend. Sure. You got a sign? I'll hold it. We don't have the easel. Why don't you put it up on the easel, and I will entertain the people, and then I'll be looking at it. Andrea, what? We got help. All right. Well, oh my God, they're coming out of. We've got all of the organizers right here. That's a beautiful sign. I like that. Well, you know, we're going to have to do New York at the end of this, and the organizers will do the kick line, and I'll sing. Can anybody want to hear me sing? No. Trust me. All right. Now, so there we go. We're going to get out of the way. We'll press the button, and the floor belongs to you, Susan. Go get him. Thank you.
This works. Okay. Hi, everyone. It is such an honor to be here with all you Long Islanders. I was born and raised on Long Island. I've lived all over Long Island, from Huntington, and then I moved to Northport, and then I moved back to Huntington again. So, you know, we like our own little spots in Long Island, and I'm just thrilled to be here. And it's funny because a lot of our businesses, especially if you're an entrepreneur of a small business, begin at a very local level, as mine has. And now in the past few years with social media, all of a sudden we're on a national stage. And getting back via this type of conference, and thank you very much, Jeff Pulver, for that. It's a special feeling. So I have some random thoughts, and being an entrepreneur, I've worn mostly all of the hats I can wear over the years, and now we're in social media. I'm wearing all of those hats, and I have 3 blogs and 3 Facebook pages, 2 business pages and 1 personal, which of course all my business colleagues aren't. So there's 3 family members and all business colleagues on Facebook and Twitter, 2 Twitter accounts. So, you know, I'm very busy, and I'm dropping balls left and right, and you know, somehow, let me put it this way. The title of this little talk is I Have No Expertise, Just Results. So I started my blog 3.5 years ago, and post by post by post, conversation by conversation, tweet by tweet, Facebook posting by Facebook posting, I have gained an audience. I've gained a national audience, and I've become, prior to that, I had many years as an expert in my industry. But that only helped once I began to share what I know about my industry. People listened. And at first when you start a blog, you know, you think you have the positive and the negative, and you hear who's going to read me? No one's going to read me, or no one's going to friend me, but it's piece by piece that it builds. So, That said, I don't have all the answers. I don't know all of the fancy words that I had to write down to say what I don't know, like metrics and user-generated contract and optimization and other words like that. I just try to do it. So I think if one looks at the big picture and say, I can't write, no one will read my blog, and it's important, it's critical to catch yourself thinking negatively, because that won't help you. That won't get you anywhere. You have to power through it. Here, I'm powering through this. I'm not a speaker. There's a whole lot of things I'm not. I do have one trait that I am very, very good at, and I know it well. But all this other stuff, it's pieces. But with a positive attitude and with an interest and with powering through projects and issues, good things can happen. Some of the good things that have happened to me is that, for example, on my blog, I put instead of ads, I'm an intelligent person, and I never figured out ads on my blog. And don't ask me why. So I said, okay, let me try to put a consulting thing on my blog, a link. I did that. I began to charge $50 an hour, and no one came. I changed it to $200 an hour, and I had more business than I knew what to do with. Now I have dismantled that part of my consultancy, but the point is respect your knowledge and put it out there, and people will see it and will reward you for it. Also, as a result of a $200 an hour consultations, I've ended up ordering kitchens for around the country. So there are many, many rewards, financial rewards that are beyond ads on a blog. A consulting situation on a blog can bring very good rewards. Also, other rewards in terms of notoriety and really being recognized as an authority are things like being on. I'm a little kitchen designer in my house in Long Island. I never had a showroom, but last week I was on Martha Stewart Radio. I've been on Oprah.com, on HGTV, constant interviews, Rachel Ray magazine, other things. And so anyone, if you just power through it, really amazing things can happen. And so I just wanted to hopefully give a little bit of inspiration. Thank you.
Yes, they do. I feel better. All right. Good hug.
Thank you. Guys, I'm in trouble. I'm sure Mogolette's probably been overwhelmed. It's distorting on Ustream. How's this? Yeah, I hate being behind a podium. I just can't do it. Can you guys hear me? All right. Is it distorting on Ustream? Oh, they tell you? One of the things about Ustream, I was talking to you guys about it, it's really great, and it gives you don't get the numbers unless you're doing stuff that's like the State of the Union address. So 75 or 100 streams, people watching it, that's huge. But I would advise you to try video in any way, shape, or form, because it's just so much easier. I do a lot of social media. I use a lot of different tools, and I find if I'm really, really busy, I can take my phone, and I use the quick.com service, and I can talk to my phone, and I can share that in live, in real time, and I'll do one a little bit later. I'll do a live quick, I call it, and sometimes that's as good as a post, but you're not going to get the same, network effect or the retweeting, but it's still something to play with, new tools that are coming along that make, if you integrate social media into your routines, it is not quite as onerous as having to tweet all the time, although I don't mind tweeting all the time. I like sharing, finding people who say interesting stuff. So I'm going to count the Mogolettes, and I'm sure she's going to come back at me, but it's all in good fun. So, we're good?
Word is
Okay. So, without the handheld, now let me go back to this. It's interesting. And now, okay. So when I was saying all 40 speakers, I couldn't get through this one smoothly. So let me try. Epirot, Ludwig Nikash, right? I got it right? Awesome. He goes at I plus or 1 plus? L plus. At L plus. He's founder and CEO of Ludwig and Partners. Come over here. They say this is much better.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Oh, I get a hug to start off with. You're very
Go
good.
with Trey Paddington. Wow. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks Jeff Pulver, Mo Suen for inviting me, and Jeff Nolan. I don't know where you are. Here you are. This is really exciting, and because of Twitter, we're here today. And because of Twitter, my business has gone and made all these connections. And the reason why I'm here today is I'm going to talk about how crowdsourcing is changing advertising business. And over the years, I've come across a different definition what crowdsourcing is in ad business, or different answers from different people. And I thought, what better way to really explain this in 2 words? That would be, it's outsourcing on steroids. The other way, I thought, what better way to really explain this in a more mathematical formula? And that is excitement multiplied by collective intelligence and creativity. Most of us here today are familiar with Pepsi Refresh campaign and how well they've done. Most of us here today are familiar with my Starbucks idea and how well they've done in product innovation and services. Most of us here today are familiar how well Dell's social innovation competition has done. Well, what all of these three have in common? They used the power of crowdsourcing. So the question is, why crowdsourcing? Because it's fresh? Well, I want you to think about this. Old advertising is narcissistic. New advertising is altruistic. It's engaging, it's innovative, it's refreshing, it's efficient, it's real-time tested, and it costs less. And you know how much that client of yours loves saving money. Simon Waring, the author of a new book called We First, launched on June 7th, talks about how brands today partner with consumers to scale the social good. And brands achieve this by inviting consumers to participate and co-produce the brand story. Most importantly, what we've seen this phenomena where consumers now want to participate and be part of that creative and marketing process. That me-first mentality that all corporations they used to work with, and today this new mentality, we first, is what's changing these new forms of participation. By simply sharing, giving a share of voice and stewardship to their favorite brands. You wonder, and I wonder, why Gap's new logo was a total disaster. It made our brains go fucking angry. The reason why is that they totally ignored the power of crowdsourcing, what crowdsourcing can do for you, for a company, for a brand, and saving money. Instead, they've gone the old-fashioned way, screwed up totally. They had to pull back. Negative feedback. Total disaster. Now, crowdsourcing is continually being applied to new problems. And the work is theoretically fresher and innovative. There are different models within crowdsourcing principle. There is one classic model that you see it all the time, and is used with most of the brands, are broken down in 8 steps. First, the brand identifies the task. Second, the brand broadcasts the task. Third, brand invites the crowd to join in. Fourth, crowd participates and submits. Fifth, the brand rewards those. Fifth is where consumers, the crowd, vets on those submittals. Fifth is where the brands reward those submittals. Seventh is where crowd wins those, takes ownership of those submittals, and eighth is where the brand wins. Now, I'm being short here, but I want to leave with this last thought. If your brand is non-conversational, hashtag no one really cares, well, get creative like American Apparel by gathering over 1,300 butts just by using the power of crowdsourcing. Thank you. I'm at L+.
What kind of mischief can I get into now? I should crowdsource. Anybody got a good tweet right now? They feel like they've got an awesome one? No? Lovely, Lou, come on. Why not? All right. You have two handles though, right? LI Principal. What's the other one? Sachem High School East. But LI Principal is your personal. Okay. You got an educator here. Can't wait to hear what you got to say. Not yet though. Oh, whoa! You know what? What a wonderful segue that was, because I looked down and guess what? Rory Manning, you're an educator. You're going to talk about social media. And folks, this is really, really important. Trust me. Social media in the classroom is a battle that's being fought. It's being fought at all levels of education, higher education, certainly in the high schools. You're on the front lines. Come on over here. You're on the front lines of education, and you want to talk to us a little bit. So I'm all ears.
All right.
A hug.
Thank you.
Come on in. Let's give a warm welcome. And so LI_principal. LI_principal.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. I'm a high school principal. We're going to have to do better than that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. I want to thank you all for having me. This is, a first for me, but I want to thank all of you. This is truly, I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. I have 3 questions for you. The first is kind of a softball, see if you're paying attention. How many of you went to high school in America, traditional high school in America? For those of you watching at home, a lot of hands up. Who here believes that our current model of schooling, the schooling that you went through, will adequately prepare our students for the workforce that's going to exist by the time they get out? Okay, not as many hands, ladies and gentlemen. Who here believes that you alone have the power to make the change so that our schools will adequately prepare our students? No hands, no hands. My goal for the next few minutes is to convince you that you do indeed have that power to initiate significant change in every classroom in America. A little bit about myself. I was raised by my mom, came over from Ireland at the age of 19 with nothing. She took on jobs here and there. We moved around a lot. So, we were pretty poor. But the great thing about school was in the classroom, where there was a level playing field, I thrived. In the streets, again, I was a poor kid. In the classroom, I was at the top of my game. Fast forward many years to my first job as a teacher in Southside Jamaica, Queens. I taught at a magnet school. A magnet school is where students who take exams and they apply for high schools, specific high schools. Mine had a pre-med program. So half my day I taught an advanced placement class in a magnet program, and the other half I taught the local population. For the magnet school, I taught 75 kids in the balcony of an auditorium, AP biology. And let me tell you, those kids were bright, and they worked their butts off to get really high grades. The other half of my day was in general science classes, and let me tell you, those kids were bright, but less than 50% of them made it through high school. School did not work for them. Fast forward a few years, I go to Nassau County School, much higher level of graduation rate, but there still were kids where school didn't work for them. Now I find myself a principal of a very of a pretty decent school in Suffolk County, and a lot of students graduate, a very high graduation rate, but there are still some that school just doesn't work for them. Imagine as a young adult how you have to be where you get to that point of, you know what, I know education will provide me with a better life, but I'm willing to walk away. We must do better than that. I'm here today to share my vision of how we can begin to unlock the mystery of how we can better serve our kids. My message is not an end-all be-all. It's not the answer to all the questions. But I believe it's a big obstacle. One big obstacle is fear. Somebody spoke about fear earlier. Fear is what's making schools filter the internet. Fear is what's making schools ban cell phones. Fear is what's preventing schools from opening up their internet and their access points to allow students to bring in their own devices. We need to drive this fear out, and you, my friends, have the answer. There are 2 billion teachers out there, and I left my cell phone at my desk. I was supposed to hold up my cell phone as a prop. But there are 2 billion teachers that kids have access to outside of school where they can go on the internet and find these teachers. I tweeted it before. I say forget the village. I think it takes a network of learners to educate a child. And that's why I'm here to talk about it. There used to be a time when business members, whether it be factory owners or store owners, would walk to schools and say, I need your kids to have the following skills. So an automotive plant would go to a local school and say, the kids, the graduates, they don't have these skills. I need them to have these skills. And the schools would comply. We lost that a little bit, but I think we're back now. I think we're in a revolution right now where you as business leaders need to go to schools and say, these are the skills that your kids need to have in order to thrive in a 21st century workforce. I see it here today. If you believe in this, which I know you all do, you wouldn't be here. If you believe in this, then that's what you need to do. I would love for every teacher to say to every child, how best do you learn? And then listen to what that child has to say. And the teacher turn around and say, boy, do I have a teacher for you. And hand them that device that's going to connect them to that person or persons. Students don't learn these skills by sitting at a lab table with 4 students and trying to collaborate. They need the openness that they get at home. We can do better than this. We must do better than this. We are counting on the new business leaders in the 21st century global economy to lead our schools in the right direction. We must do better, and we can do better, but we need your help. Thank you very much.
In my world, a teacher is the ultimate calling, really. If you can reach one kid, change a kid's life, and do that consistently, year in and year out, some pretty good karma you're building up. So I'm glad, Rory, that you're there and helping lead an organization that educates. We got so much work to do in education ahead in this country, and we all can be part of it. So that's my little speech, but I get to see it at the college level when they come in. Sometimes it's really exciting how prepared they've been. Sometimes it's really sad. So I don't know who's next. So,
hopefully it doesn't fall off the table. So I mentioned before that this is kind of the culmination of a dream. This is at least the beginning of the end of the middle of a dream. To see huge things happen on Long Island, and I got to tell you, that dream didn't even begin, doesn't even happen without this guy coming up on stage next. He's a good friend of mine, Steve Hawley from Wordhampton PR. LI Tweet Up wouldn't have happened without him, and honestly, this event wouldn't have happened without him. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bringing up Steve Hawley from Wordhampton.
First, shout out to Mo. He just does an unbelievable job, Crotch Mo, just keeping it going. Well done. There's a lot of different markets here today to address. I just want to thank Jeff for including me always. It's an honor, it's a pleasure, especially from where I came from when I first heard about Twitter. It was, for me, it was spring of 2008, and one of my employees said, you know, there's this Twitter thing, you really should get on Twitter. I said, okay. So I got on, and my first tweet was like so many. It's like, okay, I'm on Twitter now. And I had my avatar was Big Daddy-O because I couldn't figure out what to be, and I was frankly scared of Twitter. And so I would look at it a little bit, and then I'd run away, and I'd look at it a little bit, and I'd run away. And so finally, I own a PR firm, and so I realized that the future of communications was in social media, and I said, you know what, we really better get on this thing. And so I sat in front of Twitter somewhere in October of that year, through the new year, and I studied Twitter. I forced myself to understand Twitter, and finally my moment came when I understood, I'm Steve Hawili. I happen to own a PR firm. I love Fritos. I'm an Islanders fan. This is who I am. And so when I found my voice on Twitter, that's when I began to tweet with reason and with a target and with a purpose, I should say. And I changed my avatar to @SteveHawili, and then I said, okay, I have a business. So I also tweet under Wordhampton PR. Under Wordhampton PR, you're going to see PR tweets, social media tweets, some restaurant and hospitality news, because that's more or less the sectors that we serve at Wordhampton. A brief word about Wordhampton. We now, 3 years later, we run 60 Facebook pages for our clients. We tweet on behalf of another 2 or 3 dozen. We have Foursquare promos that we've created for our clients. We're building iPhone apps because we believe that everything is going, we'll just say it's going mobile. If there's one takeaway I want everybody to understand is that everything's going mobile, everything's going to your smartphone. I believe the numbers are that in 2011 there'll be $800 million worth of sales of PC-related items, and 46% of those are going to be for smartphones. So everything's going here, everything's going to your iPad, and that's just the way of the world. This works really well for Twitter, by the way. And so I just want to also say that I used this opportunity to be up here to tell you how, for me, Long Island became Short Island, because don't forget, I'm way out in East Hampton. Next stop is Portugal after Montauk. We're all the way out there, and frankly, we're a little bit isolated. So I get on Twitter, and I'm saying, okay, I'm just going to be me, and I'm an Islander fan, So now I look at the Islanders, I see this woman, Danny Three Boys, otherwise known as Danny Muccio, who can't be here because, guess what? She's now the social media director of the New York Islanders. She got that job from smart tweeting. The Islanders didn't even know that she worked for the Islanders in the retail store of the Isles. She began to tweet for the Islanders, basically got a meeting with the vice president of operations, and Day is his name, operations. She's now the director of social media. I go to Islander games, I see her and Katrina Duell, and these guys made it. They're my favorite success stories for Twitter. I also just want to say, since I have you all here, one of my pet peeves about Twitter, about Facebook, and about LinkedIn is shouting. Don't shout. After all, this is called social media. I'd rather see sharing. By the way, when you share a lot, you can always slip a shout in, a self-promotional shout. But to me, I get a little bit numb when I see somebody saying, there's a happy hour, come to the happy hour, and everything's in caps. Or it's all about your product. So we're very, very careful at Wordhampton for who we're tweeting on. We have to have proper practices because we're tweeting on behalf of other people, or we're Facebooking on behalf of other people. I want to just read to you my own personal history, because I know you guys from Twitter, and this is a blog post that I whipped out, and this should be read in one breath, and I'm going to deliver it in one breath, and it goes something like this. If it were not for Twitter, I would not have met lovely Lou, who, besides the fact is a Yankee fan and a pal, she also recommended some business to us. It was through her that I met Miss Beckela, who we were able to give some business to. While I was scrolling through my feed one day, I got to know DRHLI, David Reichel, a lot better, and lo and behold, he becomes the editor of Patch, as well as my really dear friend. His cohort, Henry Powderly, too, I got to know because of our mutual love for Miles Davis. They both came to our office to discuss the rollout of @Patch. I also, through Lovely Lou, met Twitty Woman, who I've had the pleasure of networking with as well as dining. And then there's Danny Three Boys, who I might have met via the Shoe Dog way back when the first Long Island Tweet-Up was founded, but I couldn't attend. But because I'm such an Islander fan, that's how I actually first met her. She's now the director of social media for the New York Islanders. Coincidence? No, Twitter savvy. She works with Katrina_Doel, sees Islands blogger D. Carl, the Seventh Woman, who I also met at the Newsday's Twitter think tank organized by my Yankee compadre at Carl Corey, who invited at Patricia Kitchen, who I pitched the story to about Danny Muccia, a.k.a. Danny Three Boys. Speaking of LI Tweet-Up, my hat's off to pal and cohort Jeff at Namnam, through him trying to do some good things for hungry Long Islanders back in November '09. The list goes on. Nathan King, Jesse Max 74, Matt King Cole, Mel_K, Pete Shelley, and I got to know Jody Fisher as well, and I hope you get the point. I live and my company is based all the way out in Long Island, but I'm just a 140-character post away from meeting these guys, and then I got to meet them in person, which is about the coolest thing, and well, this is one short island now, at least for me. Thank you.
All right. You coming up? You got the piece of paper. I think we're at that point, right? This is, folks, really important panel. There's a new America. And the new America, a lot of them speak Spanish. You got to understand that's kind of a reality. I'm half Spanish. My mother's from Honduras. Very proud of that. I'm Jewish. I lived all over the world. I'm from the South. I'm from New York. It's a melting pot. And understand that the face of America is changing. We're going to see a lot of change in the 2012 election. And so we had an opportunity for the Latism panel to come up. So come on, guys. We have to figure out how we're going to do this. And you do the introduction, and we're going to have, I guess, the mic here. So if you guys, can you stand around the mic?
Of course, yeah.
You want to stand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think because the portable didn't work.
Well, very cool. I think we've done the introduction. These are wonderful members of the board from Latism, which is Latinos in Social Media, and they will explain more about that. And thank you so much for coming here. We appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for inviting us. Hello, how are you? My name is Eliane Ramos, and I'm the Vice Chair of Communications and PR for Latinos in Social Media, Latism. And my partner here.
Hello, buenas tardes, everyone. I'm Sylvia Aguilera. I'm also on the board of directors of Latinos in Social Media. I have a day job. I'm the director of federal government relations for McDonald's Corporation as well.
Okay. And you might be asking yourselves, what is Latinos in Social Media? And the reality is that we are an organization, a nonprofit organization, a 501c4, that actually started with a tweet. And a lot of people think about, or talk about the power of social media. Well, our organization, unlike other organizations, actually started from social media. And it was just after that initial tweet, a group of people that came together and started organizing and little by little, over time, this has become a movement, an online movement. And in what sense? We have actually been named the most influential online movement in the multicultural web. And the way that it's happened is that people have started congregating online around issues of importance for the Latino community. And what we have done is we kind of have shaped that growing force of Latinos online towards initiatives that benefit the Latino community. And some of the things that we do, for example, besides creating opportunities for Latinos to be present at conferences such as these, Blog World and other conferences, but we also create the conversations online that later become initiatives for the organization. For example, we have done fundraisers online. We have done a lot of conferences that go into different cities in the country, and we do what we are trying to do is basically to become that bridge between the online and the offline world. And we do that via initiatives that are born from the community issues that are of matter to our members. And another thing that we do is to partner with organizations and NGOs and corporate organizations to help them reach out to the community online and offline. And Sylvia is going to talk a little bit more about that kind of initiatives that we do and how we partner with the community outside of the online world.
Thank you, Elian. In terms of Latism, Latinos in social media, and that's hashtag LATISM. So if you search that now, you'll see there's always a lot of activity. It's 24/7 activity on Latism. But I'm going to speak a little bit from the partnership perspective, from the corporate perspective, as well as the community perspective, and how these things come together at Latism, and how they can come together not only in Latism, but in other online communities as you think creatively about how to do outreach online. I have a background in working on advocacy for digital inclusion. I used to be the executive director of the Hispanic Technology and Telecommunications Partnership, and our whole aim was to close the digital divide in our communities to make sure that more Latinos were online. We have made a lot of progress in the past year to the point, in the past few years to the point that organizations like Latism have really grown and flourished with a tremendous amount of energy, not only around the advocacy space, but in the consumer space as well. We wield a significant amount of power as a population. Currently, about 1 in 6 Americans are Latino. There's over 50 million of us in the country. We're a $1.3 trillion market. And to break stereotypes, we don't all speak Spanish. We're educated, we're bilingual, we've got money, we love being online. We over-index in almost every social media space online. That means that Latinos are more likely to use social media on almost every platform, on Twitter, on Facebook, on any other social media. We over-index. So we're very enthusiastic about social networking. That being said, there are companies that we work with that are very interested in reaching this audience, and McDonald's, the company that I work with, is one of them, but we have other companies like AT&T, Comcast, and others that work with us to reach the audience. One of the ways that we do this is by having Twitter parties every week, where we discuss different topics of interest to the community. We found that our audiences are very interested in social issues, so we often tie social issues to some sort of interest that our client has, and we found that to be very successful. Elian can tell you a little bit more about the number of impressions that we get just in the space of 1 hour. It's pretty incredible.
Just to give you an idea of the power of people who are involved and engaged in our community, our parties get anywhere from 7 to 10 million impressions, and that's for a 2-hour duration. Most of the time, the party does last over 2 hours. And like I said before, what we do with that is, with those conversations, it doesn't just stay online, but those conversations actually become the bridge to initiatives that we put in place. But on a daily basis, our hashtag Latism gets over 15 million impressions every day. And that's the power of the community, and that's reaching out to this community of engaged, educated, and Latinos who are very involved in social good and are very brand savvy. That's a very big interest to any business who wants to get into this space. Do you have anything else to say? I would like to invite you to take a look at us on Twitter, on Facebook, on any other social media platforms. But besides the online activities that we have, we also hold conferences all over the country. And if you go to our website, latism.org, LATISM.org, you can find more information about all the different initiatives that we have year-round, including sustainable projects, including conferences and everything else. And I want to thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, we're going to be in the back area over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Un abrazo. Abrazos. It's a hug. Hugs are good. They're bilingual. They're multilingual. They work in any language. So does a smile. If you're traveling, you don't speak the language, try a smile. All right, I've run out of juice here. And let's see. It's okay. I have technology. I fear not. It's painting in, so I have to be entertaining. Okay, Steve Poppy. Where are you? Come on. So I think about a week and a half ago, I was at this thing called Social Upfront. So 2 weeks ago was upfront season in television. And that's when they invite advertisers into New York and tell them about what the upcoming season is going to be like on television. And there was a party afterwards on the 12th floor of this beautiful place where you had a 360-degree view of Manhattan. And we had a chance to hang out and talk a little bit. Come on up. The longer I'm talking, your time doesn't start till I leave.
Okay.
So I'm glad to have you here. I see you. Oh, I get to see behind the scenes here. These are the notes. I'm mischievous that way. All right. So, Steve, why don't you get up, introduce yourself? You are SPOPPE.
Right.
All right, on Twitter. There we go. And hit the button, and you're on.
Hey. All right. I am SPoppy Spoppy on Twitter. My blog is whatstheidea.com. I'm a marketing consultant, and I've been playing around in this social space for a number of years. If I use the words transparency or authenticity, you have permission to boo me. And not that I don't think that they're important things, but I just think that they're a little bit overdone, so please feel free. I'm a simple man, and where one of my first experiences with social was not reading Charlene Lee's book, Josh Bernoff's book, Groundswell. But I do know that they tried to monetize social media early on by creating, I think, 7 segments of behaviors in social media. One was creators, one was critics, one was collectors, joiners, spectators, and then inactives. Well, as I said, I'm a simple man, and I've boiled it down to 2 different types of behaviors in social media. One are posters, and the other are pasters. And posters are original content creators, typically bloggers. They might be photographers. They might be video uploaders. Anyone who creates original content of their own. Pasters are the people that tend to recommend others. They may be curators, perhaps, but they're the first people that send you jokes around the internet way back. And frankly, it's hard to figure out how many posters there are versus pasters. Or some people might suggest that of all the people operating in social media, there's about 8% are posters, original content creators, real live bloggers. And I suspect many of you are posters, not pasters. But the key to social media and propagating your message and understanding, using social media to do a good job of researching is finding the posters. And if you find the posters and you put your effort into doing so, the pasters will follow, and then your message gets out there and it just sort of repeats. But finding the posters is not it takes hard work. Google is your friend if you're looking for posters. And one of the things that makes a poster particularly interesting, at least to me, is something that I sort of give counsel on, and it has to do with their motivation. What is their motivation for what they do? Are they a punk rocker if they're a musician? Are they a marketing person if they're a marketing blogger? I liken it to characters in movies. When you sort of get into character, you really understand who you are. Well, I think the best posters, and this kind of echoes what a lot of people have been saying, The best posters understand a motivation and have a reason for being. They're just not sort of broadcasting ad nauseum. And I will share a couple of posters, my favorite posters. One is Candy Johnson, Candy with a K, A-N-D-E, 2 E's, Candy Johnson. She is a young makeup artist out of the West Coast. And if you read her comments and the young ladies that she gives advice to, you really understand how tight she is with her audience, what she stands for. She's about giving young ladies advice to how to save money, how to tear their shirts to look good, how to whiten their teeth inexpensively, how to apply makeup, and such things. Robert Scoble is an Uber poster. He uses all sorts of media. He's especially fond of video. He's a tech person. He is Scobalizer.com. Melting Mama is someone in the healthcare space who teaches post-bariatric patients how to ingest protein, and she's very heartfelt. That's the thing about the motivations on these posters. They're heartfelt. They care about their topic. They're not just posting other people's stuff. It's from the heart. It's very believable, and it's very, didn't use that A word, but that's the sense of what, that's what makes a poster particularly good. Ashton Kutcher today was quoted in the New York Times saying about his VC strategy, and he's apparently pretty good at it, turning social trust into commerce. And I think that's what, to use social media in the proper way for a commercial point, creating trust is what it's all about, and that's what posters are really good at. Thank you very much.
So, using social media, you create a platform. And what you can do when you got a platform is share it with others, and that's what Steve just did. Gave you a couple of people that are worth following, and that's kind of spreading the love, spreading the joy. So we've come to the point now, anybody on Twitter, are we still trending? Because I saw on the tweet stream, somebody said, what the hell is TT1, hash 140 conf LI. That's power. These people in this little room, I've got people wondering what's going on. So if you guys want to answer, what is 140 conf LI? And send that out to the world. Let's see what responses we get back. And I'm not telling you what to say. You can say whatever, you can answer that person's question. That would be pretty cool. So at this point, I think we're at break. And we're 6 minutes ahead of time. Hey, Mr. Pulver, how are we doing as far as tracking for time compared to other local events? That's all. Is that like a B+? Okay, that was a very politic answer. So let's go have some coffee. Okay, here we go. Wow, I like the volume. Is it killing you in the back? Step back a bit. No, I want their attention. That's why I'm being loud and obnoxious. All right, we ready to go? There's hugs being shared. Ladies and gentlemen, we have merchandise here. Merch. This is a beautiful necklace and earrings made by the incomparable, the beautiful, the talented Sue-Ann Scherzay. Okay? So, we have figured out a way to give this away.
I'm with you. Okay. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. See official rules for terms and conditions. Okay.
Got it.
We're in a law school after all. Okay, folks. And with apologies to the people who just have pads and paper in front of them, we are trending and we want to continue to do so. So here's the thing. I'm going to say a word. And the first person who shows up on our live tweet, who's in the room, sorry all you people in the stream, but the first person in the room showing up, tweeting both the 140conf.li hashtag with the little @ sign or it's not going to, pound sign or it's not going to show up, and the word in either order.
I hope you will. It's not that hard. Will win the bracelet and earrings set, which you're welcome to wear or give as your fashion sense dictates. Are we ready? I'm sorry? So, we're all on Twitter, ready to tweet? Excellent. I feel like Alan Ludden. The password is... All right, we ready? For the bracelet and the earrings from the incomparable Suzanne Shirzay. The word is ducks, as in the Long Island Ducks. Now we wait to see who shows up first in the Social Ping live conference. Up, we have a potential winner, and it is? Up. All right. There will be more. We have more prizes a little later on. Wait.
Wait, no, that's so bad. Really?
We're going to have to... Can someone scroll down? Once we determine who was second, we will have a prize for second. We may have to scroll down to get it.
Let's scroll down a little bit.
I'll get it on my machine in a sec. I hope.
Wait a second. The next one that shows up will win.
Well, I think they've all done it. All right, we'll do another word. We'll do one more word. You ready? Constance may not win. It was? Up? All right.
So, Max Stainless will win a Starbucks card.
Great. Max Stainless, congratulations. Okay.
You want to do office hours?
No, we'll do it later. All right, anyway, all right, one more giveaway. I know, this is sort of tedious. But this one's really cool. We're giving away brain power. My co-organizer, Mo Krochmal, is offering how much time?
15 minutes.
15 minutes of his brain power consulting for you, virtual or real world office hours, for the person who tweets Krochmal. Krochmal spelled correctly, and LI and 140conf LI.
On the hashtag.
On the hashtag.
I'm on the trend. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Trend Mo. Krochmal, his last name. We have a winner. Who was it?
Oh, wait. Jackie DeBella, where are you?
No, it's actually not. It's below Jackie. Farida. Farida has won Mo's brain for 15 minutes. Enjoy.
15 minutes.
All right. And finally, I don't want to forget to say this. Andrea, wave. Andrea in the back has our Ducks tickets for the evening. They are field level seats. I think they're along the first base line, if I remember correctly. Really great seats. You will not get anywhere closer to a game. If you are going, please pick up your ticket from Andrea as soon as, like now or very soon, so that you have it, and then you can go over when you wish. Game starts at 6:35. It is hat day, but you have to get there when the gates open at 5:35, so if you want to walk over early, we're all going to be getting over there a little later on after the barbecue. But if you are going, please take your ticket from Andrea sometime in the next little while, so we make sure that everybody who wants to go can go, and then we'll, see from there.
Five Starbucks.
Let's wait till the next.
We got more.
Okay.
What, 4 more? So we should do this.
I could throw them.
No.
Okay. Anybody? Let's think of a way to do it, son, rather than just vamping here. Okay.
Well, how about if we crowdsource it? How should we do it?
Yeah. Any suggestions on how to give out the next 5 Starbucks cards?
Think about it. Get back to us.
Right. Let us know. All right. I need a tab. No, I'm not stopped. We'll just bring it up. All right. Okay, the next panel is, that just came up, the health panel, I believe. Yeah, here we go. I am happy to announce our health panel, Amanda Marsh, Christine Miserandino, I apologize, and Kenny Kane, who are going to talk to us about their own experiences and how this real-time web has impacted on them, and they're sharing their stories. As they come up, I was telling my co-organizers, one of the first things I can be tracked on, have a seat, social media. In 1995, my then 5-month-old son, now happily 17 and a half, was diagnosed with a rare cancer. And you can look on Google Groups and find my Usenet posting seeking information from April of 1995. So I think that the empowerment that social media has given people who are often isolated either because of their condition or because they just don't know anybody with it is phenomenal. And I look forward to getting our panelists' perspective.
Do you want to do the wireless or do you want to have sit?
I think we'll just have them, we can give them the wireless, just keep it away. It's not great for the stream, but I think people will need to hear it. So please, have a seat.
Share the wireless.
Yep.
And make sure to pass it around.
Okay. And all that good stuff. All right.
Can everybody hear me? Hi, everybody. Thank you for listening and participating in our health panel here. My name is Christine Miserandino. You can find me at BYDLS, and that stands for ButYouDon'tLookSick.com, my website. And I just would like to share with you quickly my story with healthcare and the internet. And this brings us back 15 years ago when I was diagnosed. And I was diagnosed with lupus. And at the time, my mother had to go to this weird, it's weird, you might hear about it in a museum. It's called a library. I know, we don't really go to those anymore, but it is called a library. And when we went to the library, we looked up symptoms, and we spent hours, and we went through stacks of books, and we still didn't know what was wrong. And then we went to a doctor, and the doctor said, you have lupus. So we went back to the library, this archaic building with lots of books, and we found a book. And we did not know any better to look when the book was made. And in the book, it said lupus, a fatal disease. Most people will die within 5 years of diagnosis. So after we cried and lost it and planned for the next 5 years for a 15-year-old, which to me was, will I get to my sweet 16? We realized that the book was out of date. And the doctor said, the book is out of date. Now it's chronic. Congratulations. So I guess now I have a chronic lifelong illness, which is way better. Now, bring us 15 years forward, when I help other people get diagnosed, or when I help people empower themselves to be the best patients they can be, they go to my friend, Dr. Google. And they say to Dr. Google, I have these symptoms. And Dr. Google comes up and says, you might have this, this, and this. And now as patients, we're the ones hiring the doctor. As patients, we're the ones who can come informed, and we can say, we've heard of this medication or these symptoms. And this, in 15 years, in my short lifetime, changed the entire relationship with my doctor. It changed the entire relationship of healthcare. So when I started my website, ButYouDon'tLookSick.com, as a joke, I started a hashtag called Spoonie, because I wrote a story called The Spoon Theory, and it was my way of explaining what it felt like to live sick. And I said, the healthy have a luxury of a life without choice. But when you're sick, you think about everything. This morning, I thought, would me puking go nicely with this dress? I had to think to myself, if I look pale, or what if my hair falls out right in front of everyone on Twitter? And when I wrote The Spoon Theory, we used a hashtag called Spoonie. Well, this was only a year or so ago, and now Spoonie ends up being the 4th most used healthcare hashtag. Now it encompasses everybody, because as I met friends, when I said, I need a wig and I don't want to look like a golden girl, how do I get a wig? Well, just because I have lupus and someone else might have cancer, that doesn't mean that we can't help each other. And I found that the world of illnesses became almost cliquey. Oh, you have cancer and I have this. We can't help each other. But once I started Spoonie, I was like, come on down. You don't feel good? Come on down. Let's help each other. And then I started hearing, oh, well, when I'm nauseous, this is what I do. And oh, I have MS, and this is what I do. And it didn't matter what we all had. Instead of a hashtag, it became a heart. And because instead of using Twitter to find out, what I ate that day, I was using Twitter to learn how to live that day. And I was using Twitter as a person. There's a person behind the tweet. And now I can talk to someone in the UK at 3 a.m, and I can feel better. So now when everyone says, I'm a Spoonie, we understand that they're either going through some health issue or they're a Spoonie supporter. But somehow they're online trying to either get help or give help. And I'm just so proud that now there's almost 30,000 people on Facebook calling themselves Spoonie and helping each other. And I just feel like, yeah, we can use Twitter for business and we can use Twitter for branding, but we could also use Twitter to help people and to empower patients. And if we can help and empower and be there for each other, then to me, the heart's behind the hashtag. Thank you.
My name's Amanda Marsh. You can follow me at Amanda N. Marsh. And I'm a nearly 6-year survivor of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And the specific subset I have is very rare. In fact, you probably win the Mega Millions lottery before you get this cancer. So when I Googled it back in 2005, I was told, yeah, there's an 85% chance you're going to die. All there was medical information, all these research reports. I didn't know if they were out of date. But the truth was, with the course of treatment I went under, I had a 90% chance of survival, and I'm still here today. And going on WebMD was no help. It told me I had prostate cancer. So Twitter was in its infancy, Facebook was in its infancy, and there really wasn't any support group I could find. Nobody knew what I was going through. Yeah, I could talk to nurses, I could talk to doctors. They don't understand, as well as a patient who's undergoing the same thing you is. So finally, with Yahoo groups and Facebook, I finally found a group of people who were undergoing the same cancer treatment I did. There's only about maybe 40 or 50 of us on the Facebook group, but we all underwent the same thing about searching. We couldn't find anything online about our cancer, how to get through it. So what we did was get together and we made our own website, just through Facebook, just through Twitter. What questions to ask our doctors, how to get through, chemo, how to get through losing your hair. And we put it all on a website now that people who have our cancer could Google it and they will land on our website. It was written from a patient perspective and all done through social media. It's in its infancy yet. The website's only about a month old and we're still working on it. But so far, we've received emails from people all around the world saying, wow, I wish this existed when I was diagnosed. And how could I help others? And that's the best thing about Twitter and Facebook is helping others. I don't care about branding anymore because it's all about helping others. You can help somebody survive. So that's my story. And on to Kenny.
Hey, everybody. Quick story. Amanda and I actually worked at a health food store in Islip about 10 years ago. And, we've been in touch the whole way through. And while you were going through treatment at Stony Brook, my dad was actually going through treatment for testicular on the same floor at the same time. So we've always kind of had like this, serendipitous relationship, to say the least. So you can follow me on Twitter at Kenny Kane, K-A-N-E. I am the VP of Operations for the I'm Too Young for This Cancer Foundation. You can follow my CEO and really the organization at Stupid Cancer. We are the nation's largest grassroots organization for young adults with cancer, ages 15 to 39. We don't deal in the verticals of, this type or that type. We are a lifestyle brand in terms of, who to turn to for when you're diagnosed as a young adult. I like to say that we're the MTV of cancer. Earlier, people were mentioning, being a trusted source. We're very much pastors, but we also have some original content. So I think that, reaching 750,000 people through ping.fm over 25 different avatars and different health websites and blog websites. We really get the message out. 2 full-time employees with a sub $500,000 budget for a nonprofit. We're lean and mean, and we get a lot done. We have a radio show, which is called The Stupid Cancer Show. We're very much brand-driven. Suggested reading, a book called Disruption by Jean Marie Drew. It'll change your whole thought process. So once again, we have no public relations. Everything's done through social media. As Mo and a lot of my Facebook friends can tell you, all day long, post, to my wall, but across the, 5 or 6 Facebook pages, our Twitter account, and our 45 different chapter groups. We have volunteers across the country who are just incredible young adult survivors. They have Stupid Cancer happy hours, and everything is social media driven. You're at a Stupid Cancer happy hour, you're tweeting about it, you're uploading pictures of survivors, getting through this disease, getting through this horrific time in your life when you're isolated and you're going through treatment. You're the oldest one in the pediatric ward, or you're the youngest one in the general ward. You're watching your portable DVD player, or now your iPad, next to your grandparents in the ward. So, what else did I write down here? So, like I said, we're lean and mean. We have 12,000 likes on Facebook, but we reach a lot of people. We follow the Google alert for our organization, but as well as the phrase "stupid cancer," and it's amazing how far and how wide that the phrase has become. And people will always refer back to it, or upload a picture wearing our wristband, and it's just amazing the reach of social media.
Just speaking on the reach of social media, I was sharing with someone during the break that a few years ago when I started writing, I thought that the 10 people who were listening were my family, and it was much easier to type on the blog how I was feeling than answer the phone call over and over. And now when it's over 30,000, it's funny because it's, oh, wait, people are out there. And what was interesting is when I was talking to someone during break, someone had called me and said, oh, who do I speak to about getting Christine to speak at a conference? And in my ducky pajamas in bed with my laptop, I said, hold on one moment, I will get her. And what made me laugh about that is I am a chick with a laptop and a big mouth. And I am not going to shut up until people out there do not feel alone. So if someone is feeling alone in their illness or in their bed or in their hospital bed, and I can be out there and I can say, hey, I'm out here too. I never want anyone else to feel the way I felt. So if one person today doesn't feel alone in their health situation, then I've done my job. And I feel what was amazing is now the spoon theory has been translated into 7 different languages. I get emails that I do not understand. Thank you for Google Translation. I bought these little spoon pins, and over 10,000 of them have been given out. And what we said before about a hug is international, well now I went to a conference, I saw a spoon pin, and the person did not speak English, but we immediately, it was like the secret society of the spoon. We knew that we understood each other. And I just feel like it is so, I have done nothing. There's no advertising, there's no nothing. It's me and a laptop and my fuzzy pajamas. And although fuzzy pajamas are cute, I'm just one person. But I think I heard someone before say that they were going to be noisy and they were going to do something. And I just feel like if everyone in this room typed right now, I am a Spoonie or I am a Spoonie supporter, or, I understand. Do you know that we did a survey on the website, and over 10,000 people responded that the only thing they wanted, and I'm sure you guys are going to nod your head, the only thing they wanted was to be heard. And that blew my mind. It wasn't about medication. It wasn't about doctors. It wasn't about hospitals. It was that patients like me wanted to be heard, wanted to be validated. So I think that the power of Twitter and the power of Facebook is we hear you. You are not alone. And now it's worldwide. So if like one little chick with a laptop, a bad laptop, I need a new laptop, but if one chick in fuzzy pajamas can make someone feel less alone, if one guy can say to all these cancer patients, hey, listen, I'm young too. You know, look what I got. Imagine if what we got together. You know, I joked and said, I have no idea how to make a press kit. I need a press kit. But imagine if I did get that help, how much more we can do. But again, it is worldwide, it is grassroots. But if one person is helped, if one person is said, hey, I know you're a spoonie and I've heard you. I hear you. I hear that you're hurting. And I can be there for you. I think that we've all done our job and we've done enough. There's enough medical information out there. Doctors go to school. I don't go to school. Doctors go to enough school. I want to know, where do I buy a cute cane? You know, I want to know in the cancer ward, where do I get the fabulous wig and not the old lady wig? I need to learn to live. I don't care what pill I'm going to take. I want to know if that pill case will fit in my pocketbook when I go on a hot date. See, we need to learn to live. The medical stuff will come. I could get that on the internet. I could get that from my doctor or my hospital. What I can't get is, what do I do when I'm terribly nauseous and I need to speak at the 140 conference? That's what I can't get. But that's what I'm getting from Twitter. I'm getting people, and I'm getting the heart behind the hashtag. And I'm getting people like this who've gone through it. And now it's almost like getting this virtual hug. Like, I understand, keep going. You know, I joked with them that they better bedazzle me a barf bucket in case I was nauseous today. And know what? They laughed. So we're here for each other. And I think the healthcare aspect and the human aspect of Twitter is what's really important.
Just quickly, I know we have to end here. There's no more support group of you sitting in a semicircle at the back of a hospital ward anymore saying, hi, I'm Amanda, I have cancer, I feel like crap. It's a 24/7 support group all around the world. You could come in anytime, you could leave anytime, and there's always somebody there for you.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
And a group hug.
Oh, a group hug? Okay. I'm down with that.
I like that. Thanks, Mom. First group hug for the day. Jonathan's over there.
If I can start hugs.
Let's see where we're going. We need to turn the camera back over the stream onto the podium. Sorry about being so businesslike. Let's see. Do we have Mary Simmons? All right. Hi, Mary. Come on up. Words that strike fear in the heart of some people, HR professional. But,
hey, I'm in it for the hugs. Give me the hug and stop talking. Who says social media isn't fun?
All right.
Come on, and not interactive. That was awesome. Thank you. I love the hugs. And that was a tough act to follow. That was amazing. I can't believe how amazing you guys are. And not going through what you're going through, I feel for you just by listening to what you just shared with us. So social media is very exciting to us in the HR world because it gives us more things to worry about. My name's Mary Simmons, and I work for Portnoy Messenger and Pearl. I'm an HR consultant. I've probably been in HR for 20 years, which sounds so weird because I feel like I'm only 25. So, and don't laugh, because I look 25, right? Anyway, social media is great because it helps me do my job a lot easier. I can recruit a lot easier. I can share information a lot easier. I can scare everybody a lot easier with all the new laws coming down the road. But it also presents, some dangers. And I hate to be such a downer because everybody's so excited and so having so much fun. And everybody stayed awake for my presentation, but I have a much longer presentation about the dangers of social media. I thought it would be fun to cut it down to the 10 best ways to get fired using Twitter. So any of those of you who are gainfully employed, listen up. So the number 10 way to get fired is to give your employer's trade secrets away on Twitter or on any type of social media. I think that's pretty obvious no-no. Tweet your employer's clients' names and addresses. Not a good thing to do. Act as a spokesperson for your employer without their permission. Does anybody remember the Facebook video that was out there from the people from Pizza Hut? I think it was Domino's. And they were showing you the disgusting kitchen. I mean, you would never eat there again if you saw this. So that's definitely a no-no, as is taking a picture of where you work without permission from your employer. How about criticizing your employer's services. So there was a airline person, and I'm not going to say the airline here, but there was somebody who worked for an airline that said, our flights are never on time, they're horrible, our service is terrible, don't fly us. Pretty much a no-no. You're supposed to have a modicum of loyalty towards your employer. Now that's a tricky one because you are, and don't go do this please, and say I said you could do it, but you are allowed to criticize the working conditions. That's National Labor Relations Act, Section 7. You're allowed to criticize where you work. You're not allowed to criticize the services and products because you should have some loyalty there. How about tweeting a discriminatory comment? I think we're pretty clear on that would be a definite no-no. Did anybody hear about Gilbert Gottfried? He was the comedian. Everybody hear what he did? Tweeted a couple off-color jokes about, this guy over here is nodding his head about Japan, and he was fired in 1 hour from being the spokesperson for that Aflac duck. So that's a definite no-no. Number 4, tweet a coworker an inappropriate joke. Sometimes we think we're pretty funny, but it doesn't always work for everybody. Everybody doesn't always have our same sense of humor, so you got to watch that. Number 3, tweet confidential information about your employer, right? So that goes along with the trade secrets. You got to kind of keep that stuff close to the cuff. Number 2, harassing a coworker on Twitter. Might seem like fun and a good way to get a date, but you got to be a little careful out there, right? And the number 1 way is to tweet all day while you're at work and do nothing else. So I hope that helped a little bit, and I'm sorry to be the downer here, but I don't know, HR sometimes is, and we do have staff attorneys, and they always are scaring me every time I go to a client and I come back and go, they want to do this, and they go, no, you can't do that. So you have to be careful, but have fun with it and enjoy it. I'm at Mary Simmons HR, and thanks so much for coming. Thank you.
All right. What you got, Jonathan? Oh, Jonathan is going to share law students tweeting badly. Did I hear the all?
I think you're going to want to move this up to the screen at this point because this is worth saying. All right. I've done this in a few contexts, and I could not ask for a better segue, unless, of course, it was a segue and I could write it. So, lest you think that the examples we were just given are no one would ever do such things. I collect law students tweeting badly. There's no other way to put it. And it's not only law students tweeting badly, but I have... thank you. You're welcome to hit one and hit a space bar. I'll take the same 5 minutes as everybody else. Twitter is public. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing. Hashtags are searchable, equally so. As are terms. I have been searching for people who identify themselves as lawyers, law students, or in law class, and what they tweet. And most of what you're about to see are law students, and thank God none of them, to my knowledge, go here. I've interspersed these with a few professionals to make some examples, but they're really worth seeing because, frankly, you will not believe. All of these are real. So let's start with this one. See if we can make this work right. Okay, so this is not a lawyer. This was someone who was the head of PR at the time for a major company, that was her personal tweet. And I'm not going to read these out loud. I hope that the people on the stream can see them, but I don't want to be on audio with these. And I've cleaned up these. We talked about Etsy earlier, right? Why don't you maybe I'll have to read some of these. Why don't you come call on the guy with his hand raised, said to the prof who called on me while I was shopping on Etsy. Oh, law school sass. I'm in law school means I don't care if a plane hits the White House. So why would I answer phone calls? These are not high schoolers. They're high schoolers would be smarter. These are not some of the micro interns. These are people who are mostly post-college, paying lots of money to become lawyers, identifying themselves by names and tweeting things like this. I'm not reading this one out loud, but I do wonder if her school has a night program. All right? Want to get her address? Okay. Sorry, law professor, I made the executive decision that a nap is better than, misspelled, this class, so sue me. No, I would fail you, Colleen. It's amazing how fast news, good or bad, can change your mood completely. Can someone please bomb the law school so I can skip con law? We laugh. Think about the character and fitness people looking these things up. Here's a lawyer. I have no idea what standard of review I should cite to in appellate stuff. Law school didn't teach me that. This is called unmarketing your services. Law school is expensive, sheesh, and I am not getting help from none of my parents. I go to law school with a bunch of animals who can't flush the toilet urinal after themselves. Nasty. Well, thank you for that. Oh, here's a pair, okay? Ms. Ashley Clark. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I can't do law school work without drinking. Yo, Twitter is my own personal AA. Don't judge. And apparently it's not just A, because she also says, just out of complete curiosity, how do I get a Colombian connection? This person markets to lawyers, marketing services, and I actually tweeted him about this. Imagine that the person whom you're about to meet just tweeted this and puts out his hand to say hello. This is not a student. This is a professional marketing person. Here's a defense attorney who has just gotten his client sentenced badly. Just got federal prosecutor sentencing memorandum. He is a fool. That is all. Oh, here's our friend Jeff. I had to save this one, Jeff. I'm sorry. This is just a typo. And by the way, I've given these talks enough. I know anything I do, I'm going to get God on this one. I don't think so.
Not at the barbecue.
Cyberspace law class, or as I call it, Angry Bird time.
Got to say, that tweet was the one tweet that I got the most response on ever.
There you go.
Ever.
Clearly they were great thongs. Okay. Here's someone, Mr. Mike Howell, who is clearly trying to make his classmates like him. There are two girls in law school who walked in on me pooping Saturday night. Hope I see them today. I have the soup brewing, about to head to the law school to spread germs. Evil. Okay, that's, believe me, I have many more. Here's the deal. You can screw up your reputation. You can screw up your future employment. You have to know what you see. And these, I don't know any of these people, but I spotted them on Twitter. Enjoy the rest of the day. Everyone sing. This love. Okay. Who's up next, guys? I don't know the thing from. Oh, you abandoned it. All right, let's take a look. I have an iPad here to look at. It says that the next speaker, since I've interrupted, is, stop that, looks like Mitch Topol. Mitch? President of CGT Marketing. And I'll move the camera down so we can see you and not your not the screen. The lectern is yours, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Feel like I'm preaching to the choir here, based on what we just saw with the law students. I'll share some recent appointments I've had with clients. My name is Mitch Tobel. It's my creative handle on Twitter is @MitchTobel. CGT Marketing, a full-service marketing company, blending traditional social media. And here is a typical meeting I had. Client leans over to me. He's about 81 years old. Leans over to me real close. He says, Mitch, you think this internet thing is going to hang around for a while? I think so. Got a new client who manufactures converters and transformers, a very exciting thing. Went up there to talk about moving at least 20% of his budget into social media, which is my recommendation these days. He says, you know what? It's all bullshit. I feel like I'm on the battle on the front lines of social media. I have to justify just about everything we do in social media. You think engineers are tweeting? We have a client who manufactures integrated microwave assemblies, military spec hardware. Very exciting. Anybody here know what that is? I didn't think so. Oh, someone in the back? Wow. Let's talk. If we have to tweet, we have to send a tweet to the Department of Defense and wait 6 months for them to okay it. Not really conducive to tweeting, is it? Tweeting and social media are the best things to happen in marketing since sliced bread, and it's the worst things. Social media is transient, it's quick, it can be easy, it can be deadly, it needs to be managed, and it needs to be interfaced with everything else you're doing. So many clients I meet, so many people I meet have these things siloed. Like Twitter. Well, we're tweeting. Great. What else are you doing? Nothing. Tweeting is not the end-all catch-all, although tweeting is incredibly powerful. It connects people with lifelong diseases through Spoonie. That was absolutely wonderful. It's the voice of a revolution in Iran, where it was the only form of communication coming out. Facebook in Egypt. Need I say more? It's an incredibly powerful tool. In the wrong hands, it can be deadly. In the right hands, it can be incredibly beneficial. For too long, I get calls. Mitch, can you fix my Facebook page? What are we doing wrong on Twitter? I refuse to answer those questions because you need to talk about the bigger picture here. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Hashable, whatever the thousands of social media sites are going to crop up over the next 5 years. It needs to be an integrated formula for any company. I'm a marketing guy. This is what I do. I look at companies, I try to help them grow their business. It needs to be integrated. I have clients that still think they put an ad in the paper and they're waiting for the bingo responses to come in so they could send out catalogs. It's not happening. People don't want catalogs anymore. They want a fully integrated website so they can search and find out the product and boom, click and order. Bam, done. So it's a new world for my business in marketing. Integrated marketing is a very difficult thing for me to sell. It continues to be for the B2B audience. B2C, on the other hand, is actually easier. We started a Twitter account for a retail operation maybe, I think about 8 weeks ago, and we're up to about maybe 150 people, and one of the owners of the company comes in, he says, you know what, I don't get Twitter. I think we need to stop. Okay, I said, we can certainly do that, but how about we test it? Got to test. I said, okay, how about we write a kick-ass deal, put it on Twitter, and see how many people respond. Out of 150 people who were following this account, 36 showed up for the deal. I'd say that's a pretty damn good percentage. See any direct mail that's got that percentage in the past few years? I don't think so. So he said, I think Twitter should hang around a little bit. I totally agree with him. It can be incredibly time-consuming. It can be incredibly deadly. Client called me, Mitch, you got to go on Google. You got to look at this. I said, what's the matter, Mike? He says, Google my company. Okay. Click on the second link down. I said, okay. I click on it. There was a blog, people ripping apart his company. I mean, border libelous. Any lawyers in the room? You guys should be making tons of money off of getting people kicked off of blogs. What do you think he asked me? Yeah. How can I get rid of it? What was my answer? I can't. Sorry, pal. It's on there forever. So the key thing here, and what my whole strategy, go-to-market strategy for all my clients is interactions, not transactions. Thank you.
I didn't get a hug. I'll hold on to that. I will get a hug. All right. So I'm getting kicked off and on off the Wi-Fi just because after a certain amount of time, it does what it does. All right. We got Randy?
You got it?
Is that Randy?
Yep, Randy.
Randy Busey.
Randy Busey. Come on now.
No.
No.
Bussey.
Randy Bussey.
Bussey. I had it right.
We're going to introduce the next speaker. Randy Bussey.
Let's try it one more time.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Randy Bussey. Yay. Come on up, Randy. And this is customer service training.
Yeah.
It's all yours. Let's get out of the way.
Thanks. Shh. Do you hear that? That's the sound of your customers. They're talking about you right now. They're twittering about you right now. And they're filming a YouTube video about you right now. Anybody afraid? There's a new weapon in town. This is a weapon. You know how I use it? Not to throw it at anybody's head, but I use it to tweet. And I use it to tweet about my experiences when I'm a customer. Because every day I'm a customer just like all of you are. And when I have a really bad experience, the first thing that I do is I whip out my cell phone and I start twittering about the experience that I've had with your company or your company. Years ago, it used to be that if I had a bad experience, I might tell a friend, and by the end of the weekend, the whole cul-de-sac knew, don't go to Frankie's Pizza. But today, it's a little bit different, right? This becomes a weapon. And in seconds, all of the people that are following me on Twitter are able to see about the bad experience that I had with your company. Now, people like to talk, and they like to talk about products and services, and they like to talk about experiences that they've had. And they're going to talk if it's good, and they're going to talk if it's bad. And the stories that they're telling are based on the experiences that all of you are providing to your customers every time you're taking care of them. So what used to be a transaction between me and you is now a transaction between me and the world. That's pretty scary stuff. And so how do you change the stories that your customers are actually telling about you? Well, for starters, how about changing the way you're taking care of customers? You know, I'm sorry that I didn't bring a list of tweets that I've been accumulating over, the last year or so about customers that have written negative comments about companies that they've done business with. And when you hear things like, their service sucks, I'll never do business with them again, and they're actually naming these companies, you think, oh my God, I would hate for them to be saying that about my company. But they are. And do you know what they're saying? Because your customers are everywhere, right? They've got their cell phones and they're twittering. They've got their blogs and they're posting things. They've got Facebook and they've got YouTube. Has anybody seen the YouTube video, United Breaks Guitars? Yeah. You know how many people have seen that video? A couple. Like 10 million. Right? So you have a bad experience with a company and you never know when you're going to wind up on Twitter as one of the top viewed videos. And so we need to make sure when we're dealing with our customer, if we don't want to find a story about us and our company, plastered anywhere, we really need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by our customer, right? So how are we treating them? Is there anybody in the room that does not have competition? Raise your hand, I want to shake it. Right? We've all got competition. And so when we have competition, there are other people that offer a similar product or service that we do. And so we make our buying decisions based on a couple of different things. Yes, we base our decisions sometimes on price, but we're also basing it a lot of times on the experience and the way people are making us feel. And so when I come into your business, and maybe it's a retail store, and I've got an item in my hand that I want to buy, and I've got cold hard cash with me, and I have to stand in front of the cash register like this to get the cashier's attention because she's not really paying attention to me because maybe she's busy on her cell phone and she's texting her friends or she's talking to her coworker, that's really not making me feel all warm and fuzzy. And so I'm going to be standing at that counter and I'm going to be saying, you know what, I could probably buy this somewhere else. And so I'm going to leave, I'm going to take my money,
and I'm going to take my business, and I'm going to take my referrals, and I'm going somewhere else. But before I do, I'm going to shout from the rooftops to everybody that's listening, don't go to that business because they don't care about their customers. And so if you cannot afford to have any of your customers saying that about you and your business, you really need to take a look at who it is that's taking care of your customers, how they're treating them, how they're making them feel. Because let me let you in on a little secret. I was talking to your customers, and you know what they told me? What they want and how they want to be treated is the very same way that all of you want to be treated when you're the customer. So your customers are talking, and the stories that they tell are all about the experiences that you provide. If you want your customers telling good stories, give them good service. Thank you. Starbucks.
You actually did a perfect right and the money. I can't believe that. That's amazing. Hey, you know what a twoosh is? Yes. Anybody know what a twoosh is? That's a perfect 140 character tweet. And don't do it. You should tweet about 110 characters to allow people to respond, to retweet, to comment. Don't use the 140 characters. It's there for a reason. Give yourself a little retail space so that people can then reshare it with you. Okay? Just thought about that. That's kind of like basics. You can also do, it's okay to send a tweet again. And there's a new, you can do RR. Hashmark RR, rerun. And it's just kind of being open and sharing with people. And then, of course, there's the MT, which is the modified tweet. So you're sharing something, but you might have shortened it because they were knuckleheads and did 140 characters, but you think it's so good that you go in there. So you can just put hashtag MT. Just a couple of things that are happening. There's no rules in this thing. The only things I would suggest is be good, share. So come over here, Jeff, and I'll go reprogram this darn thing. Oh, here we are. That's good.
Yeah.
So, it's time for lovely Lou.
Yeah, that's my buddy. This next young woman is a good friend of mine. And again, talking about people who have been there at the beginning to build this social media community in Long Island, and Louise is that. Without Louise and without folks like Danny that Steve talked about, and without these people, these events, in my opinion, wouldn't be happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my very good friend, Louise DiCarlo.
The great thing about going on at 4 o'clock is that every single person has said everything that you were going to say. So my notes here really don't matter because you've all said it. But my talk is social media for social good. What you see here is what you get. What I tweet, as you all know, is who I am. If I think it, I tweet it. I may have not been the nymph on the law school tweeting badly. Jonathan did threaten to post some of my tweets. I am here to talk about the end result of social media. Between today and yesterday, I went to Blog World, and I met a lot of people who I have been communicating with for years. And one tweeter said to me, "So great to meet you, IRL, in real life." And I thought, no, we've already met in real life. Because no matter what we call this, This has become real life. This is what our kids are living. They're not going to know this as social media. They're going to know this as the norm. They're going to know this as the way they create their relationships. There's no such thing as long-distance romance. It's normal. There's no 3-hour phone calls that are going to cost you $300 because you can Skype for free. So I'm a storyteller, and I love to tell stories. So I want to tell you my story of how social media has made a tremendous impact in my life, another family's life, and the life of 10 families. I have 4 children. I am a mom. That is who I am. I am a mom. That's the thing that brings the most enjoyment out of me, although my kids would say it's Twitter. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. She is the apple of our eye. She is a tomboy. She is tenacious. And 7.5 years ago, she had a heart transplant. At that time, I had already been in social media, although at that time it was called AOL chat rooms, message boards, and the whatnot. But I had a really close-knit group of friends. They were all over the country. And they knew that 6 months previous to that, we had been told that she would need a heart transplant. It came as a total shock to us. The first thing I did was take to the web. All right, I'm going down. Take to the web, found a second opinion, told us that she didn't have what they said. She got a heart transplant. Everybody online knew about it. Exactly 2 weeks after her transplant, a dear friend of mine in Missouri who I had never met before, her 17-year-old son was killed in a 4-wheeler accident. They came to her and said, "Would you donate his organs?" And she said, "Absolutely not. How can you ask me that? He's hooked up to life support systems. No." And then she remembered Jacqueline. And she stopped and she said in her grief, "How could I be so selfish? My dear friend's daughter is alive because someone donated their organs. Yes, I will donate his organs." His organs saved 10 lives. She is in contact with many of those families. We've written ours. I can't imagine losing a child. I almost lost a child. We haven't had contact, but I have contact with her on a daily basis, and that gives us strength. It makes a difference. These are relationships that you form that will be with you your whole lives. This is not a fad. My dearest, dearest friends I have met from the virtual world. I'm going to leave you with these stats, if people would stop tweeting me and showing up. As of 7/18 this morning, 111,415 people were waiting for organs. In the month of January to February of 2011, 4,349 people were the recipients of organ donations, and there were 2,191 donors in 1 month. If you haven't signed that little check mark on your license, please do so. Organ donation saves lives. Thank you.
Couple of things. If you look on my tweet stream, there is a YouTube video. Social Media News NY.com interviewed Jeff Pulver the other night talking a little bit about 140 Conference and 140 Conference Long Island. So Mogulette, who you guys tweeted all in mass and appreciated, she responded back. I think she thanked everybody in about 3 tweets, which is really cool. She was processing the video and has put that up. And also, I wonder who came the furthest here. Everybody here from Long Island? Who's from Long Island? Raise your hands. Okay. Who's from New Jersey? One from New Jersey, that's cool. Anybody from Connecticut? New England? The Mid-Atlantic? The South? All right. How about Florida? Oh, we have one from Florida. Look, I want to introduce Giannis Crumbs. He's one of my heroes on Twitter. And he kind of changed the world. And certainly when I was in the classroom teaching journalism students, this one event happened during a semester, and all of a sudden students were able to see the power of a tweet. Giannis was on a ferry going across the Hudson River when the miracle on the Hudson happened. And the ferry turned around and went to the plane. And Giannis will tell you the rest of it. He had his iPhone. He took the picture, the first picture that came out over Twitter of the passengers on that plane on that miraculous day. So we hope we get a chance to talk a little bit after we get through the schedule, and you can tell a little story about social media. But so he changed the world, and all of a sudden the students could realize the news power and how it belongs to everybody. So that's what I wanted to go through. Jeff Pulver video. Also, guys, if you are enjoying today, you should see what a 140 conference is going to be like. It'll be in New York, the 15th and 16th. 2 days of stories that will just blow you away. You'll learn a lot. You can share. You can go for one day. Maybe you go and you don't even go inside and hear the stories because sometimes the networking is so intense outside. You know, people hear stories. They want to connect. And I hope those of you who have spoken today have gone out and connected with people, not just sitting here and tweeted, but actually shake hands. And one of the great things, I meet a lot of folks, and I've been using an application on my phone called Hashable. And Hashable, I would recommend it to you. If you're on Twitter, you can actually just put a hashtag JustMet, type in the person's Twitter handle, and it will send out a tweet that said, just met, the person that you met, and it will give a link to it that has your contact information. I have stacks and stacks of business cards, and I hate to throw them away, like 20 years worth of business cards, because I feel it's like somebody's soul. So I'm trying to do more doing this management of the people I meet, and then following up. Send somebody a tweet. Hey, I enjoyed meeting you today. You know, I look forward to following your tweets. Or, hey, that was crazy, but let's talk about it. All right? So let me go back. Everybody, I put you all to sleep. Sorry about that. Is Richard Thatcher here yet? All right. Come on up, Richard. Now we're getting into the fun part of the afternoon. I found Richard's group on Facebook. I was looking for interesting people to invite. Come on up here. Glad to see you. I haven't met you in person. Thank you for coming and taking the time.
Thank you.
Richard maintains the group on Facebook called Long Island Beer and Malt Enthusiasts. So, did I hear an expressive...
They were hoping I brought something along.
Did you bring product?
No, I couldn't. I had to have respect for the law school.
Can we hear? Oh. But you will get knowledge to share. I'll get off the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm humbled by the folks that have come before me, and I have to confess that I made one of the HR mistakes by sending a thank you note to a chicken wings place on company letterhead. Fortunately, the bank no longer exists, and no doubt the chicken wings place does not either. But a vice president walked into the chicken wings place and said, called me the next day, and Mr. Thatcher, you're right. They do make good chicken wings. So that was one of those great stories. For my group, the Long Island Beer and Malt Enthusiasts, the importance of incorporating social media into our framework has been paramount to staying relevant in the community. We were born on a train ride going to Brooklyn, 3 of us, to see the Six Point and the Brooklyn breweries. And we felt that there was a need for a consumer advocacy group that was going to be sort of, let's say, the cheerleaders for the beer industry on the Long Island, which has been booming in the past couple of years. And without the social media to support us where we started, we had our own website, we had our own forums, we had everything. We had no control over it. So we had to ditch it. We went to Facebook, and that's where things started to work out really well for us. We can connect with a huge variety of people, as well as the people that just came to our meetings. We have people all over the country, all over the world who type in. And I mentioned to one of the other people earlier that we had a relatively well-known court justice who says, typed into the thing and said, "Rich, I really love your stuff. I just can't be seen with you." So anyway, if we missed a few big events on our website, in our social media, we would become less relevant, and people would leave and walk away. For those of you that go to the beer events, the beer festivals, the Nassau Coliseum, we're regular participants and social volunteers there. We have whole crowds of people that come to see us just at that event, where we make crazy things like hot chili beer, or peanut butter and jelly ale, or a very chocolatey Russian Imperial Stout known as Goodnight Kiss. To give you a little background for our reason of being, I thought I'd share some local history to help interpret what we do. In more of a calm way than as Prometheus gave fire to mankind, Jimmy Carter erased the last vestige of the ill-conceived Volstead Act during his term, which allowed American citizens to start brewing beer at home. And almost overnight after that, there was little cottage industries springing up all over the place, with lots of people dreaming of brewing techniques. They started studying about them, and they also had dreams of turning pro when they found that they could brew better beer at home than they could buy on the store shelves. Honestly, it's not hard to make beer. It's fun, it's social, it takes an awful lot of time, and if you can make pancakes from scratch, you can make beer. While imported brands from Europe were a significant inspiration for many American home brewers, the new ways that the Americans were creating went to craft the thorough values of American craft beer as it is seen today, which is small batches made by hand using high quality ingredients and techniques that don't cut corners to save a dollar. Here on Long Island, the evolution of craft beer came on much slower than in the rest of the nation, as the big brands seemed to have a firmer grip, and their distributors seemed reluctant to distribute craft beer to a population that was just buying whatever they could put on the shelves in droves. There seemed to be no end to the relentless reinforcement of odd marketing values as on television, and people were buying things on the shelf, and still do, when they were comfortable with what their parents consumed, what they could steal out of the refrigerator, what their friends were drinking, and what they saw on television. With the emergence of the Southampton Public House in 1996 and the Blue Point Brewery in 1998, craft beer finally had a starting point on Long Island. And the word was spread by mouth, by friends, and eventually the internet. Today there are 4 brew pubs on Long Island, 9 breweries, and there's another 6 waiting in the wings to become legal. My group, the Long Island Beer and Malt Enthusiasts, are a registered nonprofit group that supports the growth of craft beer on Long Island, and through educational sessions, brewings, and as well as supporting benevolent causes, such as next week, or the week after, we'll be doing the Bellport Charity tasting, which all the money and proceeds will be going to Camp Aquatic, the summer camp for disabled children. And that's God's work. You have to go out and see that sometime. Excuse me. And I leave you with one parting thing, that one of the great uses of social media that we've done is that we produced a video that you can see on YouTube
called Steinlager, or Stein Beer, where a bunch of Long Island beer and malt enthusiasts are dressed up as Vikings, and they're brewing a beer from inside out with hot rocks. They're placed into the mash, and it makes actually a tremendous beer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wasn't that fun? One of my favorite subjects, beer. Tasting. All right, I'm guessing. You guys? Oh, man. But we got a treat for you. Long Island we've learned a little bit about Long Island. We've learned about the, let's call it agricultural part of it, but there's also a spiritual part of Long Island. Can I say Amityville? Oh, so I want to welcome, and I found these guys on Facebook too, the Long Island Paranormal Investigators. Would you guys come up? Woo! Give them a welcome. Hi guys, welcome. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
You too.
And good to meet you. Why don't you guys gather around the microphone and we'll set you up.
All right.
And showtime, it's yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rob Levine. This is Mike Cardenuto and Chris Vickers. And 8 years ago, back in March, me and Mike started our organization, the Long Island Paranormal Investigators. And Chris has been with us for over a year, and he's one of our lead investigators. And while we're used to doing speaking engagements, it's not usually about social media, so bear with us. But we use Facebook, we use Twitter now. We've been using Twitter, I'd say, for about 2.5 weeks, so we don't really know how to use it all yet. But we're used to starting off things and not knowing what we're doing, because when we started off 8 years ago, there were no manuals, there was nothing. We are amongst the oldest of the paranormal investigation teams on Long Island. And so what do? We had to Google things. But we had an interest, and so we just typed in Google, and we typed in Long Island ghosts, paranormal, and different websites would pop up with some stuff. And what we would do is we would go and check it out, and we would read about how to do stuff, and we started growing from there. And we've blossomed a lot over 8 years. I think we've done close to 300 investigations. And now we travel, not only do we do Long Island, but we've done New Jersey, we've done California, we've done Florida, we've done Colorado, and a bunch of other states, but we're primarily focused on Long Island. And we do a lot of urban legend testing, but we also we do businesses, we do homes, we've done work for various fire departments and different things like that. And our investigators all have different backgrounds. Some of us have backgrounds in sales, some of us in psychology. We have a police officer, a firefighter, an EMT, and various other things, a lawyer. But we've grown a lot. And social media helps us because it lets us branch out and to talk to different people who we've otherwise may never have met, people from different states. We've made friends in different places in Georgia, in Minnesota, and it's a lot easier nowadays to reach a lot of people through like Facebook or through something like that because they check that more than a lot of them check their emails or they check their phones. So I'm going to have Chris talk a little bit about Facebook. Hello, guys. I'm Chris. I've been with the group for about 1.5 years now. And one of the things that I found interesting was more so this year and last year, we got very big into the Facebook. And the group started in 2003. And in the first year, they only did one house investigation. As time went on, last year we did 16 house investigations. So far in 2011, using our website and tools for social media, so far we've beat our last year's record of 16 house investigations in the first 5 months of 2011. And right now we're actually booked all the way until September, every single week, sometimes twice a week. And with us, our Facebook, we have 1,937 people that are following us, which for some companies it's not a lot, but for a local not-for-profit organization like ourselves, it is a lot. And with the past 8 years that we've had, we've gone a long way. And our website, that's how we get all of our house investigations and businesses. Our Facebook, we keep more in touch with people in the field, whether it be people that travel all over the country and all over the world. We have a lot of friends who are huge into the field as well.
and we keep in contact with them and some of our clients. And before the internet, and still today, it's, your biggest and best promotion is word of mouth. You can make a flyer, you can put it out somewhere, but word of mouth is the best promotion for any business. Because, like it was said before, is if I say, hey, I really like this business, you should go check them out, someone who believes you and trusts you, they're going to go and check that business out. Now, if you can go and say, listen, this place was horrible, the service was ridiculous, they're probably not going to go to that place ever again. And now with the internet, with the amount of tweets going on Twitter and Facebook and all these different media sites, now instead of just going and telling one person, now your one voice is hitting 1,000, 5,000, 20,000, and it has grown tremendously. So, I mean, even like with us, with our investigations and the people we've come in contact with, we do a lot of public speaking about what we do. We've gone all over the country, and we have friends and people that have contacted us asking about groups and information for us all over, whether it be from Belgium and Argentina and all over Europe and Asia. It's gone a lot. It's very broad, so it's been interesting. Oh, that's all Mike.
Say one of our urban legends that we've investigated would be Mount Misery Road. Probably one of the spookiest places.
Is that in Suffolk County?
Yeah, in Suffolk County, Nassau border, in Huntington.
Mount Misery Road.
Mount Misery Road, yep.
And have you gone to the Amityville house?
I've passed by there. They don't really like a lot of people driving by and stuff. They'll call the cops on you and stuff. So
We try to avoid jail.
We try to avoid stuff like that.
Well, you guys are on Twitter now. Is LI
Paranormal.
Paranormal. We didn't do your Twitter handle. I think I'm going to take a little credit for that. And I think I'll give you guys a 15-minute consultation. So contact me through Twitter, and I'll help you out to listen and talk and engage.
Very cool.
All right.
Awesome.
That'll be awesome. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
We do hugs. We do hugs. Thank you. I reached out I found him through Facebook. All right. We're getting down to the end. We're getting really close. And, wow. So, well, we had Florida. We also have New Jersey. Scott Stein. Where you at? There you go. Come on up, Scott. Let's see. I don't see the easel. Thank you.
I'm Scott Stein. I tweet mostly about multicultural marketing and trade shows and business events and event marketing. So as a business person, I like data and graphs, and as an individual, I like to compare myself to other people, and I'm self-conscious. So I made a graph of the speakers at this conference have an average, the speakers at this conference, Les, Pulver, Shankman, and Pennington, taking them out, they're the outliers. Average total followers from the speakers is 3,000. Scott Zermatt's followers, 600. Way below average, but maybe there's reasons for that. Speakers at the conference, Les, Pulver, Shankman, and Pennington, median total tweets, not average, median, maybe a better number, 5,000. So your average speaker here has tweeted 5,000 tweets. Scott Zermatt, 160. Wow. Striking. People say, Scott, you're a nice guy. You have your own business. Why do you tweet so infrequently? Oh, maybe some of you are saying, oh, they must all be great. They're not so good. Half of my tweets are about events that I'm going to, either trade shows or Chamber of Commerce events. The market that I deal in, my customers and prospects and community are small businesses, maybe that market locally, and realtors. So in that community, I meet them at events. In New Jersey, we have like 26 counties and about 20 good chambers, mostly county chambers. We have a few Hispanic chambers, a few Asian chambers, and I meet people there. So what am I going to talk about, being so infrequent? Why? Can you imagine why I would tweet so infrequently? Before I was tweeting, for about a year, I was somewhat active on LinkedIn, and I was told that you can have your tweets update your LinkedIn as long as you don't tweet frequently and you always tweet about business. So I'm not that interesting, I'm not that nice, I always tweet a business about these two business things, and I send all of them to LinkedIn. The good part of the story is that when I meet people at local events, surprisingly, a lot of people have come up to me and said, "Scott, you're doing great on LinkedIn." I said, "Doing great? I'm embarrassed about my profile. I list two businesses. I think my picture is weird." But I came to realize that many of them are small business people also. They have a handful of connections on LinkedIn or a few hundred connections. And not everyone updates that much. So my every other day tweet brings me to the top of their list. Even if they check once a week their LinkedIn email, I'm always there, and that gets some things. It's kind of a hard connection. They have to remember me, my face, and maybe what I said. But it just happens to work in that particular case. Some people might be put off by my social media profiles, which mention just my business interests and actually what I sell. But, I realize that. I risk it. I guess I don't care. I won't be your social media consultant. But in the communities that I'm dealing with, it's okay. And it's hard to be really friendly and engaging if you're only tweeting every other day. So maybe it's the best I can do. Hopefully, I'll evolve over time. In reference to ethnic marketing, Latism is a great hashtag. I use it. I try to engage in the community. For events, there are two good hashtags. If you find we want to talk about something innovative in a trade show or a meeting, it's event profs, hashtag EVENTPROFs, event professionals. And there's another cheeky tag, ASSNChat. Hashtag ASSNCHAT, that's for association chat for nonprofits and trade associations. So that's how I set it up. I get a few tweets in. I actually look forward to tweeting a lot more. I want more followers. I want a little bit of a clout score. So I'm going to have to tweet more and engage more and be nicer, and some of you have motivated me to do that. Thanks.
Well done. I am a numbers geek. I love the stats. Just out of pure transparency, I think I have 20,000 tweets. But that's since 2007. Housekeeping. Guys, you guys are amazing. It's been a marathon. It's been awesome. Let's thank the sponsors. Jeff, we got to do a thank the sponsors thing.
I like the sponsors.
All right. So we'll do now. And last summer when I was on the road trip with Jeff Pulver, we would do this over Skype. So we want to say thank you first to
Touro Law Center for this amazing facility.
Please.
We were just talking about it in the back. Great.
Their generosity has been wonderful, and certainly hats off to Professor Jonathan.
Absolutely.
Who's really been making everything happen. He's got so much. Got a book, working on a textbook. It's going to be awesome, and he's going to crowdsource. We'll type for you, okay? All right, now let's go. Oh, okay, we're not going to do that. We'll talk about it. We'll spread the word. All right. Wordhampton.
Gold partners, Wordhampton. Wordhampton, again, when this conference was an idea, he said, okay, here's the check. What a great supporter of social media on Long Island. We love Wordhampton. Thank you, guys.
St. Joseph's College.
St. Joe's has been awesome, as always, with every single social media event that happens. They are here, and they are involved, and they care. Thank you, St. Joe's.
Martin Kane.
Martin Kane's been great. Martin Kane, thank you, Lee Bogner, back there from Martin Kane. a representative from one of our silver sponsors, and we're just thrilled they came on at the last minute, actually, when we needed them, and we appreciate that. Starbucks of Rockville Center, thank you guys so much for all the Starbucks cards that you guys will enjoy. I think we might give away a few of them now.
Let's do some we've got a couple more speakers, but I want to get some Starbucks love out to you guys. Did you happen to see who was the leading tweeter?
Leading tweeter. Leading tweeter, sponsored by Starbucks.
This warms up one of the cool things about social things is the analytics. It hasn't really been a quantitative conference, and it's a lot more experiential stuff. But don't forget the depth of the data that you can collect about your community, whether it's customers, suppliers, colleagues, whatever it is, and be able to use those data and understand them. And a tool like Social Page or any of the other analytics tools out there can just teach you more about. So I'm going to be pulling tweets off and posting as spreadsheets. Let people know. If people want to slice and dice them, I'd be very interested to see what those analytics look like. But this is what we are so far.
So he's going to go find, let's put aside one for the leading tweeter. All right? And I think we ought to do the word thing. You guys like the word game? Anybody got any better ideas? The word game.
All right. Thumbs ready.
How about Touro Law Rocks and the hashtag?
Go.
First one.
Touro Law Rocks and the hashtag 140ConfLI. Wow, guys, I thought we had some faster typers.
Because I'm not at my keyboard. No one's playing? What?
All right.
Who's that?
Bella. Raise your hand.
Ooh, that was a close one. Why don't we just give 2 or 3 away right away?
Who's the next one?
Who we got?
We got Louise next, and
Help me out.
Louise and Rory.
Right in front of the camera.
Oh yeah, come on.
Come on up, guys. Say hi to people.
Say hi to people.
Onto your screen. Yeah, you give them to them. Come on up, and who else? Get the next one. Jeff.
Rory, you won number 3. Congratulations.
Yeah, please, just so you can get up in front of the camera, Rory. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, you say hi. All right. Let's do another one. How many we got left?
3 besides the top tweeter.
Okay. Do we find a top tweeter?
Oh, 4. You have one in your hand.
Tell you what, some of the top tweeters have already gotten prizes.
Lou, you're a top tweeter, I bet.
I'm going to, and organizers don't count for this.
No.
Let me read off the stats for original tweets. And if you haven't yet won a prize, let us know, and you will get one of the remaining things. Levy Recruits is still in the lead with 130 tweets today.
Thank you, County Executive.
Little Lime Dress.
Little Lime Dress. Must be present to win. Sorry, Little Lime Dress. Sorry.
Lovely Lou comes in 3rd.
All right, Lou already won.
Isabella, who just won.
Jack got recognized.
Suanne Sherzak.
Oh, surprise.
Yeah.
60 tweets today.
Oh, that's not very much for you.
Social aisle in the house.
Yeah. By the way, now is the time for the great reveal. Guess who's the talent behind the 140ConfLI Twitter?
There she is.
She is a genius. Understands social media. How many handles do you have? Your hair has a handle.
It does.
And it's funny.
Does it surprise you? What it says.
Stay tuned for that one. I'm going to give you your coffee. That's right. Ooh.
All right.
Suanne, what is it? Suanne's
Sherzak.
hair.
Right.
Suanne's hair? Okay, you bet.
Our next top tweeter is Beth Granger Says.
Ah. This side. The one who wears the bandana well.
Surprise?
On camera, on camera.
They can only get the kiss on camera.
All right.
Top tweeters left. One left.
Next, I'm not sure she's still here, but our Rabbi Marcy Bella.
She left. She had to go. She had to go.
Yep.
She said goodbye. Sorry.
Paul Biederman comes in 41.
Paul Biederman.
Oh, there he is.
Come on. Come on down.
Come on up here, Paul.
How many you got left, Paul?
That's it?
We got
This is the...
15-minute sections with me. Anybody interested?
Yeah, we still have two prizes.
Give me three.
So, to be fair, Paul and Kenny Kane both had 41, so we're going to have to come up with something for Kenny.
Unless Lou wants to trade in her card for Mo.
15-minute session?
Mo. Kenny's not here.
Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you all. There have been lots and letters to do, and we appreciate it.
All right. Now, we still have speakers. Thank you for your patience. We got 10 minutes. We got one more to go.
15 minutes. John Doyle.
John Doyle.
Afternoon keynote.
Our last and certainly not least.
No.
Absolutely.
Where are you?
John Doyle from...
This is going to be amazing, guys.
John Doyle from Allure Home Improvements. A great friend to social media on Long Island, and a great friend of mine. Enjoy.
All right, thank you. First, I'm totally distracted because Ray changed his hat, so now I don't know how I'm going to concentrate. Get a little energy going, maybe a quick Ustream shout out to my uncle looking in from retired United States Air Force in Germany. He's out there. His name is also John Doyle. He calls himself the real John Doyle. So we're going to talk about how Long Island came together online and offline to help a very deserving family about a year ago from today. How many of you have ever seen or watched Extreme Makeover Home Edition on a regular basis? It's a great show. Well, I work for Allure Home Improvements, and we've done 8 episodes. And last year was the first time we ever did a show in the advent of social media. So there's some visuals, actually, my partner in crime, Matt Moss, over here, created on our blog to what I'm going to talk about. You can go to blog.allure.com/140conf.li, and you'll see some visuals to what I'm going to talk about. So just about a year ago from this day, the producers came up to us and, they said, we have this very deserving family on Long Island. You guys have done this 7 times before, tag, you're it. So, we saw this family, the story, and, we threw ourselves all into this process. And, they told us when they came, we're like 7 times before, we're going to get out all the old templates, we know how to do this, we've done this before. But very early in that meeting, they said things have changed. You can now have a pep rally to tell the community that the show's coming to your community. Well, previously, we couldn't tell the community that the show was here till Ty showed up at the family's house with the bullhorn. So they said you can promote that a week before the pep rally, which is a week or 2 before the family actually gets notified. So we had to ramp up right away. Our marketing director, Seth Selesno, called me on the phone, and he's like, we got to get something going, and we got to do it quickly. So I turned around, and we've been active in social circles for a couple of years. I said, you know what? Let's put this social media thingy to test and see how it'll work out for us. So we started getting the word out, and, early on we had replies from some corporate alliances, Lloyd Staffing, Cablevision, Optimum Light Path, Long Island Press. They responded right away to the first notifications that the show was coming and we want to help, we're all in. And that really started to show us the reach and the power that the social channels would have. The Oatman family and the Arena family, 2 families we helped in previous episodes, found out through Facebook that we were doing this again, and right away they reached out to us and they said, we're all in, we're going to be down there for the week, let us know how we can help. And Gina Arena brought her family down from Westchester right across the street to the ballpark for our pep rally and even addressed the crowd to get them inspired to chip in. So we moved to the pep rally, about 2,000 people show up in less than a week's time. We were able to organize 2,000 people to show up on a Monday night, come over to the pep rally to become inspired to help this wonderful family. And right away we saw tremendous feedback and engagement. Over 900 people registered online to volunteer. Over 30 people registered online, all driven through our Facebook page to donate something to the cause and to the family. But the real level of engagement was evident the next day. And I'm going to share with you one user's Facebook post that really tells you what this process is all about. After losing both my mom and dad to cancer, I then lost my 22-year-old son to an overdose. Since then, I've been struggling with life and just trying to find some happiness in my world and the world around me. During this time, I've been contemplating taking on a volunteer project of some kind. It would be wonderful knowing that my attempts to make the life of someone else a better and happier place could in turn give me that same sense of satisfaction and happiness. I've always watched Extreme Makeover Home Edition and cried just about every show. I even cried at the pep rally when the young dancers did their beautiful dance to Note to God. It was so inspiring, and yes, sometimes your prayers and wishes do come true. I hope that I will be able to join with the group of selected volunteers next week to help the deserving family that is chosen for the build. I believe that my shining star up above is watching over me, and he knows that my inner light will start shining again as I continue to show my unselfish acts of kindness to those in need. So we took that submission for volunteer, we moved that right to the top of the list. That's the type of person that we needed to rely on to help get us this task done. Very powerful message. We generated some excitement for the door knock because we were now able to announce, yes, we know the family's coming, the family's going to find out on Monday, June 21st. We'll be able to tell the world the story of this family. That started the online speculation. Oh my God, I hope family so-and-so from this town is the winner. I know that they applied and this and that. And we really had to kind of temper that conversation while remaining apart from it because we all knew who this family was. We announced some contests to stimulate some engagement during the build. We did a photo contest, and we also asked people to submit stories of inspiration of how the show or their potential involvement in the show would inspire them to give back to their community. And that just drove an amazing amount of content for the week of the build. And we gave out prizes, VIP access to the Move That Bus scene for those submissions. Leading up to the door knock, when the family gets notified, the show threw us a curveball. And if you saw that episode, that was actually the roll-up that Ty Pennington used leading into it. He said, we're about to throw you a curveball. We're going to Yankee Stadium. And we got notified that we were going to notify this family on a most amazing stage of Yankee Stadium during a Yankee-Met Subway Series game on Father's Day. We were actually in the stadium 7:30 in the morning, rehearsing us running onto the field, surprising this wonderful family. Well, that presented a challenge. First, how do you keep your staff, who's now on everybody's radar because we're active in social channels, from spilling the beans? Here we are outside Yankee Stadium with the Extreme Makeover bus, all of us in our Extreme Makeover Home Edition gear, and people are putting pictures up on Twitter of us standing in front of the stadium and on Facebook. That stuff had to come down real quick. So what we did is we had a blog post and we had a tweet all queued up. When we got back to the locker room after surprising this wonderful family, we hit send, and boom, the world now knew on Father's Day who this family was and what we were about to take on. Well, now all the experts come out. Wait a minute, that can't be the case. Family's not getting notified till tomorrow. You already said that. And we were sorry, we lied. So now to the build. It allowed us to communicate basically to our following, who also had a following. Play by play, we were able to announce shifts in the schedule. We had a couple of challenges, due to delays and things like that, but it also let people know what we were doing. And a real powerful exchange was Ken Barone from Spotless Contracting. He replies to a post on our Facebook page and he says, hey, I own my own contracting company. I'm working about 3 blocks over from where you guys are. I'm willing to pack up my truck and come over and help. Well, that guy showed up after working a full day on the job that he was on. He stayed on the job site for 30 hours straight, went home, got about 6, 7, 8 hours sleep. He was back the next day for another 20 hours, and he just did a remarkable job. This is the guy that's in business looking for the same client that we're looking for. You throw business aside when it comes time to help a family, and everybody comes together. We also saw some levels of engagement where some people, we put out needs that the show has. Show says we need a frame, window frame, picture frame shop, local that's open, late. We need to get something done right away. That response we put out on Twitter, and that was cleared within inside of 2 hours. We had that request taken care of. I believe that person went and opened up their frame shop when they were closed to help us out. We also had a fan who responded on Twitter, just reached out to us on her own, and she said, you know, I have all this wonderful Yankee memorabilia. I know the family's full of Yankee fans. My dad passed away a few years ago, and I've got all this stuff, and you want to know something? I'm never going to use it. I can't think of a better place to put it to use than to, you know, decorate the room of one of these family members. Real powerful stuff. And then there's our friend Matt Hammer, who's in the audience right here. This guy started tweeting weather updates day by day. This was the time where Jeff Pulver probably knows the storms blew through Great Neck last year, tore roofs off of buildings and things like that. And he was letting us know basically by the second if we were going to have to deal with that or not. And it's amazing, you know, this spill took place in East Setauket, which is, you know, pretty close to the North Shore of Long Island, that, you know, we didn't have to deal with that, but we did have to deal with some rain. And I know Matt continues, wherever Extreme Makeover Home Edition is, he makes regular posts about the weather updates and things like that. I can tell you, I rely on him for my weather reports. This past winter, the miserable winter we had, it's the only guy I know that was spot on for every storm. So I urge you to follow Hammer Out the Weather. So now we're able to, you know, like I said, we're able to communicate in real time shifts and schedule. And the day that the family comes home, the whole move that bus scene, that day just keeps slipping and slipping and slipping. You start out the day and you say, we're going to move that bus at 1 o'clock, and it probably doesn't end up happening until 4 o'clock because the design team has last-minute things to take care of. So we're able to, you know, communicate that moving target in real time. Now we have a gap. We have this huge gap between the family's home, they're in their house, but the show's not airing for 3 months. We've developed this amazing following, a Twitter following and Facebook following increased by 800 or 1,000%. It was just incredible. Very active community. Now how are we going to nurture that? So we reached out. We asked for, we said, submit your questions. Submit anything you want to know about the show, the cast, our involvement in the show, and we as a team will judge which is the most compelling story or compelling question, and we're going to award that winner an iPad. And that just, you know, again, led to unbelievable amount of engagement in that downtime. The day of the show, leading up to the show, it was very important for us to remain active in those channels. Just on Twitter alone, the day that the show aired, we estimate that our reach, in that 1 hour that the show aired on the East Coast, that our reach for tweets that used the EMHE hashtag was about 250,000 people. Incredible numbers. Small little company on Long Island. So through this experience, it's been amazing. The level of engagement, the people that we've gotten to meet offline, as well as online, and you know, all to come together to help this very deserving family. And I just want to share some takeaways and hopefully leave you with some lessons that we learned. Today, you have to think differently about the opportunities to build relationships. You need to earn them. They don't just happen. The community has as much input to the overall experience as you do as a brand. Focus on the quality of your community, not the quantity. It's important to build the right relationships. We had a media partner that wanted to reach out to us during, you know, leading up to the build. They said, we want to be your exclusive media partner. We'll make sure that you get 15,000 Twitter followers. I said, if they're not going to be with me after the show goes away, they're of no value to me. That's not a relationship. Be prepared to engage. Have resources ready to listen. We had people around the clock during the process and leading up to the airing of the show. Be prepared to say thank you, and better yet, I'm sorry when appropriate. And in a world that's always connected, the human element is what can differentiate you. It's amazing with all this technology, it all boils down to the human behavior and the human aspect. So that's our story. Hopefully I was able to share a little something with you and you got something to take out of it. Thanks to Jeff and all the organizers for pulling this together. It's been a great day.
But wait, there's more. Since he gave us 2 minutes, we're going to do Giannis. Giannis is going to come up and share. And then I want to bring the organizers together for some last-minute words. So Giannis came the longest way from Sarasota, Florida. And his story is one where social media changed his life, but
what I liked about him, the reason I followed him is because you're in technology.
I am.
And, you know, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. So why don't you take 5 minutes and share?
Sounds good. All right, never mind. Let's do that.
You can do that?
So one day I was on a boat.
So one day he's on a boat.
That's a Foursquare check. Make sure you guys all check in.
One of the times they were playing I'm on a Boat by Lonely Island when I was speaking, when I was coming up. I don't know if you know that song. It's a little inappropriate, but it's funny. Let's do it this way. TwitPic.
Hope if I spelled that right. That's how I found it before.
TwitPic 135XA.
Easy enough to remember.
There's a shot. So I was in New York City that day for meetings, and I was actually just trying to catch one of the ferries before the traffic hit. And I ran onto the ferry. I was the last person on, and I got on Twitter just checking things out. And it was still in infancy, so I had 170 followers. And as we were pulling out of the station there, we pulled out, and the captain said over there, "Hey, there's a plane in front of us. We're going to go in for the rescue." I'm assuming it's a little Cessna, it's not going to be anything kind of major. As we pull over, we see this U.S. Airways jet floating in front of us. I didn't see it land, we just see it floating there. So I took one photo. This is the photo as we're pulling up to the wing up there, and that's where we started pulling people up. So I took this photo, I tweeted it, and actually gave my phone to one of the passengers we had pulled up. So we were there around 20 minutes or so, pulled up around 25 people. Actually, one of the stewardesses who broke her leg, we pulled her up, carried her in. 25 minutes later, I get my phone back, and the first call is from MSNBC. So I took one photo, and all of a sudden, I guess during that time, it actually crashed TwitPic. It had gone around the world within those minutes. So from then on, that next day was wild. I was on MSNBC with Rachel Maddow, Good Morning America the next morning. BBC, every news channel was basically looking for this photo, and then also the experience of being just at that place trying to rescue the people, and obviously the miracle of the situation, because when we were pulling up to it, we had no idea what was the scene going to be, because as you could imagine, there's a plane floating in the Hudson, you assume the worst, so either there's going to be they're terrorists or there's going to be a lot of dead bodies, and you were assuming it's going to be a chilly scene, but we pulled up, everyone was kind of just standing there and like saying, just pull us out of this cold water. We don't want to be here anymore. And that was just a surreal experience because there was no hysteria. Everyone was just, let's organize on the ferry, let's get everyone, see who can help out with whatever jackets you had, whatever you had to help these people out. And it was just an instant click of the people on the boat who were rescuing and also the people who were being rescued. Everyone acted together, whoever, even if they were freezing and didn't know what the hell was going on, they were just in the moment trying to survive. And that was what was incredibly fascinating about that. So as we pulled everyone up, and then after that it was just a lot of confusion, but my phone didn't stop ringing after that. After I got back on the shore, it was constant 2 days of interview requests, and it was still in the infancy, so that's when a lot of news organizations actually started figuring out the value in Twitter. They were like, well, look at this. We can see in advance from a citizen journalist that there's someone, what the scene is, we can figure out what kind of rescue needs to be, if there's, they can see it beforehand already. So that's when after, I think a few days later, I saw every news station saying, follow us on Twitter. So they started embracing it. As you guys know already, this was a very powerful scene for people to understand how to actually use Twitter besides saying, I had breakfast and I had this for, etc. This is actually a real life example that after that everyone really embraced, and obviously everyone here embraces it in their own unique ways, and you have incredible stories. But this was an incredible way of showcasing a lot of the people who were just writing it off. And from then on, it's been an awesome experience for me just because of this community that Twitter is, and being able to speak to people around the country about this experience, and as well as just having the real life relationships that Twitter brings together. And like yesterday, I was on Twitter and I was like, hey, when is this conference? And Mom was like, well, it's today. I'm like, well, I'll stop by. So it's one of those situations where it's like you just now can embrace it in a way that you couldn't 4 or 5 years ago. And it's just a fascinating way of, and I now have clients that I do social media work with. So it's just a very fascinating way that you can use this powerful service for. And actually, let's see, I have a minute. Do you have any questions? Anyone's got anything that they'd like to ask about the experience? Go ahead. One person, she had a blog. We kept in touch a little bit, but just every now and then an email, but nothing. And then I have a couple of emails back and forth with the people on the ferry who we were rescuing together. Well, I'm associated with this event, obviously, and then I've embraced it. So I've been more involved in technology and with doing a little bit of consulting with startups and different things like that, where I can use this as a nice intro. Anyone else?
One more, right there.
Good. A few days later, honestly, just because when you're actually in that situation, you're not able to. First off, I wasn't trying to. I didn't send it to CNN or Fox. I sent it to Twitter. I had 170 followers. I just quickly did that, and then we were really in the rescue mode. So, and then when I got the phone call 25 minutes later, I thought they really just cared about the eyewitness that I was there and just what's the situation. Then I learned that TWIPIC crashed, that this happened, and that it's been. Then the next morning, it was on the cover of LA Times, it was on New York Post, it was Chicago Sun-Times, Orlando Sentinel, Time Magazine, People Magazine had it. So it's like, okay, I get it. This is a big deal. But initially, you're just being pushed all these directions that you don't have a chance to really think about it and actually reflect. I think that is a quick brief. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Wow. Guys, let me bring the organizers up, please. Jonathan, Andrea, Jeffrey, and Mr. Pulver, come up here. Guys, we worked really hard for this. We hope to have a check for charity for any proceeds that are left over. We'll talk about that. I want to just personally thank my three colleagues here, who we've done conference calls, we've shared email, we've shared documents, we've complained a little bit, but you know what? I complained. You guys, every time. Last night, you guys were tying up loose ends, and I just want to give you total props. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with professionals like you guys. Really, really mean it. Amazing. And I have to tell you, my love for Long Island just doesn't stop. I'm not at Hofstra anymore, and if any of you guys know anybody at Stony Brook, put in a good word for me. Yep. Because they're supposed to let something know on June 1st about a digital journalism professor. And,
yeah, good.
You ought to talk to me. We ought to have that conversation.
Let's crowdsource and make that happen. Thank you, Mo.
All right. So I wanted to say that it's been really my honor and privilege to be here today. Let me pass the microphone around for some final words. Let's keep it to tweet length.
Yeah. My own final words, I'll just say thank you and that I had a great time and thrilled to see everyone here. I do want to take my time to talk about the Health and Welfare Council of Long Island, which was our partner, as it was for the Day of Giving. Health and Welfare Council, which is a tenant in our Public Advocacy Center here, is an umbrella organization that itself helps support many, many advocacy groups and programs benefiting the local community. Health insurance, consumer health advocacy, economic security, nutritional security, disaster preparedness, and the like. So Health and Welfare Council of Long Island helps, supports, informs, coordinates many groups below it. We will do whatever we can. I encourage everyone here, everyone who may be watching this live or on recording, to go to hwcli.com, which is Health and Welfare Council's website. Learn about it. volunteer if you can, support it if you can. We're thrilled to have them as a partner, and thank you very much for any support you give. I will turn it over to the silent partner who really shouldn't be, Andrea Canavina.
Word.
And there's her word.
Retweet that at Legal Typist.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming today. I learned a lot. And for those of you who don't know my story at Legal Typist, I'm not a marketer. It's not what I do. I'm a mom. I'm a business owner by choice. And I do it to connect with people. So I enjoy connecting. I've connected with all of you now. I hope we will continue to connect. And I thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoyed.
And you're awesome.
I'm not as brief. Look, number one, thank you all. I'm glad you're here. I'm thrilled you're here. And it was dynamite. For me, you know, the biggest part of the event was seeing this happen and seeing this come together and seeing how many people care so much about Long Island and about social media here and the difference that we can make here. And I will just stump on that for 1 second and then move on. Social media can make a huge difference here in Long Island. I think getting the word out to our small business community, but using the power and the potential that we have ourselves to spread these stories, okay, and to promote where we live it's powerful, folks. And you guys together are powerful. There's a lot that we can do together. And yes, we got to move it to the real life. The online thing is awesome, and I love connecting with you guys. I think you know that. But real life is dynamite. It was so great to meet Christine and to meet so many other people for the very first time. This is a dream come true. Next year will be bigger. Wait for Social Media Camp. I'm so excited. For those of you who don't know, I did start a new company with my partners in the room, Sue-Ann and Louise and George.
And the company is?
Social Isle, and our first project is Social School. Keep an eye out. Thank you, guys.
Last word, Jeff, before we head to food?
Last word.
I guess I get the last word. Well, first, give it up for these guys. Come on. It was awesome, right? You know, sitting in the audience and listening and watching, I just could not help but think of myself as a songwriter, where I watched a new set of artists take something and make it their own. And it was just fun to see a perspective where this really came into to its own fold, and I think certainly gave Long Island a voice. And I think for those of you who did not know each other when you came to this room, hopefully you leave friends. Hopefully those of you who are shy, who did not connect with someone because you're just shy, that you actually realize you're sitting next to someone really nice and you'll continue a conversation. You know, things that sound like very cliche-ish, I mean, are true to life. I mean, one person can make a difference. And, you know, wherever you are at that moment in time, things happen because if you take initiative. And there's some people in this room that are game changers, and you know it. And it's awesome to be around you guys. And I just want to thank everyone for taking the initiative to make this happen. And I'm just in awe of where this came from. And, you know, if I actually knew I was going to be here today, perhaps I could have helped more. But I'm glad that you guys did an awesome job, and you could appreciate what it's like to put on a conference. And for those of you, who did not hear my plea before, if anyone's looking to volunteer sometime at the 140 in New York City, I could use some support June 15th and 16th. If you want to attend, that's cool too. And if any of you like to be part of the events I do, you're certainly welcome to apply to speak. It's hard to curate voices. You know, I look at as a kid, I used to DJ mostly because I couldn't attend I wasn't invited to parties, but I was out, by being a DJ, I was hired to attend the parties I wasn't invited to. And these days, I use that same concept to curate voices. You know, when you set the mood and stuff, when you figure out who's going to speak in what order, that's an art. And it evolves, and it tells a story. And, you know, it's the storytelling that's taking place in here from one photo to one voice to it's awesome. And so I just greatly respect what everyone did here today. And I thank all the speakers. I thank everyone for listening. And more importantly, I just thank the folks for getting together and making a day happen. And talk about dreams coming true, this was awesome to watch from my perspective too. And I applaud all of you as loudly as I possibly can. And I wish for you guys to do this again as often as you'd like. But thank you guys.
All right, now the barbecue.
Yeah, we would like to invite everyone here, I'm sorry folks on the stream, to join us back where we had our lunch. We are having a nice barbecue dinner or at least what we call barbecue. Call it grill. I know you Southerners, you don't call that barbecue. If you're joining us for the Ducks, please, if you haven't gotten your tickets from Andrea, please do so right away.
One thing I want you guys to do, hug somebody next to you. You know, it's all about the hugs. All right.
I had one. All right, folks, thank you again. Stay in touch. Follow each other. We'll see you next time.